Open up. I banged my fists repeatedly at the thick, solid gate. The entrance of the village was sealed shut and my chakra had already been rejected. I need to get in, I shouted, slapping at the gate while hoping there was still time. I need to get in. Can anyone hear me? Open the gate, I screamed, this time letting my hand slide to the ground. I was plain out giving up. No one could hear me through the solid wall and mountains. What to do? I can't even get in. Sitting down on the ground. My back to the gate. I gazed up at the stars, remembering what brought me there in the first place. I can't give up, I decided. Turning back around, standing on my knees, let me in. I yelled at the top of my lungs, banging harder. My fists had turned red on one side. The excessive force and consecutive attempts at the gate had left my palms with a pricking and numbing feeling. I took a second to observe my hands. They were shaking. They felt heavy, but weak at the same time. How long have I been at this? I wondered, feeling a weakness crawl to my heart as I noticed how much all this was hurting me. I have to do this. I convinced myself. I raised my hands to begin once again, when suddenly, I screeched. I began violently clawing at my bandages on my wrist. It felt like it had just caught on fire and the wraps didn't make it any better. I pulled and twisted the wraps around. Every second with the bandages on was like an hour. When I finally did manage them off, my lips began trembling at not only the pain, but the sight of it. Dizziness was one effect that followed. The dark black mark that had been there since I could remember was now replaced by blood. My flesh was sizzled and seared in the shape of the marking. It looked and felt like I was a cattle who just got branded. I could feel each breath of mine grow heavier and heavier. The intensity of the heat only magnified with each passing minute. What's going on? What is this? I grunted and grumbled incoherent words and sounds of agony, digging my nails into the ground. The pain didn't want to give in. It felt like a continuous force kept blazing within that mark. It took me a moment to compose myself. I knew I had to carry on with what I was doing. No matter the pain. It was my suffering or someone's life. I chose their life. Before I could even touch the gate again, a shooting pain raced through my arm. My arms, my hands, my fingers felt sore. I could feel the blood pumping through me with loud throbs bashing in my head. My vision had already started to blur when I first witnessed my scorched wrist. Seconds later, a loud deafening ring surged at my eardrums, then nothing. No sound. Finally, the whole sensation began to kick in. I started losing myself, losing control of myself. I felt an overwhelming weariness which caused me to collapse to the ground. I laid there for a few seconds more. Strands of hair draped over my face. My eyes fell shut and I slowly faded into darkness. 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 That's all I saw, the only thing I could perceive, and at that moment, my only reality. Mia. Mia. Familiar voices surrounded me from all directions. Words and sentences, yelling and screaming, echoed through the void I was in. Stop. Be careful. Flashes of my friends, my cousins, Katsuro and even Ayumi circled me, one by one. They were in some sort of battle. I saw scratches form in some parts of their skin. A force started crushing and immobilizing them. They were either dodging or fighting, sometimes both. Who were they fighting with? I wondered, my curiosity was left unsatisfied. The visions didn't last long enough for me to understand. They left just as quickly as they came. I was once again left in darkness and silence. I wandered around the emptiness. How did I get here? I shifted my head to every side. There was nothing there, but I felt it. I felt something brush against my ankles. It was rising up, engulfing me. What? I muttered out before running away. It felt attached to me. I tried shaking it off, but I couldn't. It felt cold, misty and commanding. It wasn't going to let go. A smoke-like thing continued to take me in, but to what? I could feel myself sinking into the ground. Something was scratching at my skin. I scrambled to grab hold of anything possible, scraping the ice-cold ground with my nails. It was no use. No matter how much I struggled, it continued to pull me in deeper. When my head made its way to the other side, my lashes began fluttering at the bright light. Then I realized I was soaking wet. Why am I wet? I looked down, which seemed to be simply water as the cause. Looking around, I noticed I was laying on the ground. My eyes widened, my lips trembled as I laid there. I was standing right to the side of where I was laying. Clothes and face drenched in blood. An open wound to the side of my hip. Scratches on my face. I was looking at, well, me. I wasn't sure to be worried or relieved. The gruesome sight of my body in that state almost made me want to run away. I didn't. Instead, I neared at me. What's going on? My lips then to a straight line. I could only come up with two conclusions. This has to be a very weird dream. Or, no, it has to be. I can't be. My hand was reaching for my face on the ground. I wanted to examine it more thoroughly while repeating the same thought. I can't be dead. I abruptly reeled back. Bloodshot eyes, black tar-like tears dripped down her face. With a terrifying grin, sprang at me. She neared me with heavy steps. Her head tilted from side to side. She was but inches away. I turned my head to the side and shut my eyes tight, waiting for her. Waiting for her to attack. Waiting. What's taking her so long? I was reluctant to look in fear she would pop her head right in front of me again. Pursing my lips, I peeked from under my lids. "Naomi," I whispered. I was confused but relieved when I understood what was going on. I was cradled in my cousin's arms. "You little nut," she snapped, pinching my cheek hard. "Oh. Oh. Oh," I yelled, slapping her hand away. I started rubbing the sore spot on my face. "What's your problem?" I spat. I was going to get out of her hold when I realized it was a dream. Looking down at my wrist, a wide smile began to curl on my lips. "It was just a dream," I cheered. Naomi smiled too, but I noticed it didn't look very sincere. She looked worried. I turned to the side and fell out of her arms. The ground so damp and muddy, I stated, as mud had splashed over my clothes. "Did it rain?" I asked, clearly remembering that the sky was cloudless before. Unless, of course, that was a dream too. Nobody heard me, and if they did, my question was ignored. My whole body felt weak and tired. Why am I feeling so sleepy? Didn't I just wake up from a nap? Slipping a few times before finally getting to my feet, wiping some mud off. My gaze gradually fell on everyone there. They were all smiling, trying to look happy. I was puzzled. What's up with them? I gave a sheepish grin in return. Standing still, without saying a word, I observed them. They didn't say anything either. After realizing the air was becoming uncomfortable, their features slowly fell. Naruto was giving a sort of barely noticeable, angry pout while each turned their heads towards the other. My eyebrows knitted together, I gently bit my lip. Something's definitely wrong. "What's going on?" I asked in a commanding tone, narrowing my eyes at every one of them. No one said a word. Sakura walked over to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Mia, nothing's going on," she said, trying to reassure me by giving a not-so-convincing grin with a small chuckle. For a portion of a second my eyes darted to her side, then back at her. "That's where." "Oh." I smiled brightly. "So, nothing's wrong," I said, skipping over to give Naruto a hug. The moment we came in contact with each other, I purposely placed my head on his shoulder. He flinched back a little. I looked up at him and saw a slight paint stitch onto the smile he poured down at me. "Cave already?" "Well, nothing's wrong." I gave a closed-eye smile before backing off. "That's good to hear." I slapped Naruto's shoulder playfully, clasping onto it with a firm grip. He bit his lower lip and tried to make his squirming not too noticeable. "What's wrong, Naruto?" she asked with worry hinted in my voice. "Are you hurt?" "Let me see." He gently held on to my hand and stopped it from removing his jacket. "Mia-chan, it's nothing," he stuttered as I pressed my other hand's finger at the injury, which I knew he had. "Are you sure this doesn't hurt?" I said, drilling harder into his shoulder. His whole face began to twitch. The pain caused him to let go of me. That gave me the chance to pull away his jacket from his shoulder to reveal a black-purple bruise embedded on his skin. My eyes shot open. "Who did this to you?" I stammered out, shifting my gaze up to meet his. "Mia-chan," he said, covering up his bruise with his jacket. "I just fell out a tree, no biggie." He grinned. "Why are you lying to me?" I thought while narrowing my eyes at my blonde friend. I pursed my lips into a thin line as I neared him, making him feel uncomfortable. "He has to be lying." "Oh, okay." I gleed with fake enthusiasm. "It's good to know no one hurt you and it was just your crazy antics that gave you that." The enthusiastic toned down and began to fade into sarcasm as I spoke. "And I'm sure they all fell off a tree too, right?" I spat, glancing at everyone. Sakura and her side, Noami and her arm, Sai and his rib, Katsuro and his head. All those injuries were because of plummet to the ground, right? I turned and glared at everyone. What's really going on? My voice harsh and stern. Why are they hiding something from me? The air fell silent. The brewing of the night wind, the rustling of leaves in trees, a cricket or two chirping, were practically the only sound there. I frowned as I felt like I was going to cry. Pursing my lips and shaking my head at how right I was, but why was I right? How did I know about the others' injuries? Releasing a long breath, coming to the conclusion, I did this, didn't I? For just a second they looked shocked, so I'm right then. I did it, Noami confessed, looking ashamed. I thought they were after the scrolls. I just figured out that they were actually trying to find you after you, as they claim, disappeared. I guess I got a little carried away. She admitted, turning her head away. This doesn't make any sense. I shook my head, confused. My brows furrowed and hands clenched into fists as the tension built in my head. How did I know where they were injured then, if I was out cold? I stated. You know who you are and what you can do. Your chakra must have picked up some of my actions from my ability, she claimed with worried eyes. It would explain the mud and injuries, but... I wasn't completely sure what she meant, but something still seemed fishy. If I got a hold of her chakra, even if I accepted I somehow saw what she did, then why did I see her get hurt too? Where was I and where's Ryu? Where's Ryu? I asked, clearly remembering him there too. He went back to the village to tell them everything is under control. Noami defended his absence. Oh wait. Why would he need to tell them anything? They have nothing to do with us. I retaliated as my suspicion began rising again. She knitted her brows together, like she was thinking. Thinking of an excuse maybe. Maybe another excuse. Your friend Ayumi infiltrated the village and came very close to entering the shrine. She concluded. She didn't seem to want to answer me anymore. Ayumi? I completely forgot about her. Where is she? Is she okay? She asked. Ayumi was someone I had to see. She's fine, Sakura's voice cut in. I turned around and faced the others as well as Sakura. Where is she? I asked with urgency. There, Sai extended his index finger in a direction. I need to figure out what's up with her. She knew about all that can happen, yet still. I need to talk to her, I said. I stood there waiting for them to give me the pardon, for some reason I wanted, before going to talk to her. They nodded, but as I was about to leave, don't think this is over yet. I'll get the truth out, believe it, I smiled, realizing I just used Naruto's well-known line. He gave a big toothy grin and nodded. I nodded back then left. My way there. My lids lowered, my face fell. Why do they have to be keeping secrets from me? What was she thinking? I wondered for the third time. My worried eyes unmoved from her silence. I let out a short sigh. Why? I began in a low questioning voice. Why did you go there? You knew what would happen. She looked lost in thought, unhitched from the several things I could only guess were running through her head. I pursed my lips, then took in a deep breath. Maybe that's too much of a direct question. Did Noemi attack you guys? I asked out of curiosity. That probably wasn't the time for it, but it didn't look like she wanted to talk about the things she learned on her 1-month leave anyway. Her lips parted as if she was about to say something. I could tell by the way her body gently heaved in air that she was steadily coming back to reality. Sitting a foot or two away from her, my knees raised up as my arms hung from them, tilting slightly in front. My head, by then, had turned to gaze up at the moon. A few silver clouds passed slowly through the deep night sky. Strands of my hair flew across my face as a soft breeze brushed against my cheek. The air was moist. The night lit heavenly by moonbeam. "I chose Itachi," she said softly, with a face lost of emotions. "Is this about Itachi?" My face fell to a low frown. Of course she's heard. When it came to choosing who I would save, it was Itachi, she said with the same expression and tone. He came over to kill me, yet he was my choice to save in all the chaos that rose while my village was being torn apart. I sat there silently waiting for her to break down and cry. I was mentally preparing myself for what I could do to make her feel better, even though I didn't think I would have been able to hold it together much longer myself. Although she looked unfazed by anything she said. "I ran with him to safety," she continued, "all the while he planned on killing me." She pursed her lower lip and shut her eyes. "My father saved me from any lasting damage Itachi had caused by sealing me in that crystal." She paused for a short bit. The crystal cocoon, isolation, trauma, and swiftness of the event allowed me to push back those memories, but now. She stopped. She didn't say anything else. She really didn't have to. Time seemed to pass slowly. I didn't have anywhere to go or be, but I wished it wouldn't have been so hard to just sit there without saying a word. I was scared that I might end up saying something hurtful or something that would do the exact opposite of help. My eyes fell to my lap. Why can't I say a single thing to, at least try and make her feel like the world isn't ending? Sasuke was right, I am hopeless. I huffed. I feel like I should hate Itachi for what he's done, for everything is done, but she looked out into the forest and after taking a deep breath, "I won't," she said with a distinctive hint of assurance in her voice. "I just wish I knew," she continued, turning her head back to look upon the shimmering lake. "Say something." "He was a hero," I began slowly, my gaze falling to the ground. "He saved Konoha by sacrificing the people he loved," I said in a low voice. My finger began doodling shapes in the dirt, swirls, circles, a house, nothing specific. I started telling her everything I knew about Itachi, his orders, his plan, his suffering, his sacrifice. By the end of it all we came to the conclusion that he was really worth a lot and deserved more than what he was given. We even convinced each other that his attempt at murdering Yumi was actually a way of relieving her from ever witnessing what he was to become and the things he may had to do. It could have also been another below-the-collar mission. "He loved you, I know he did," I declared with confidence. "But there was one person he put above everyone else," I had to mention. She let a thin smile form. I was pretty sure she knew who I was talking about. One thing also became clear to me, and that was, I mentioned all and everything Danzu had done and I wasn't affected by any seal, nor was I paralyzed. "He will pay," I thought, my features contorted slightly from anger. "I could never imagine my life without him," she spoke up, "even when I found out about what he had done. The lives he took, the crimes he had committed," she said plainly. Then she finally turned her head to face me. "That's why I went to your village shrine. I knew there would be something to help me. I knew that I would be putting my life on the line, but at least I tried," she said, giving me a closed-eye smile. I gave a faint smile in return as I felt my eyebrows furrow. "That's right, she is so amazing. She would do everything and anything possible when necessary. She proved that today. She also seemed so level-headed about it all. Maybe it was just me who was paranoid, exaggerating her response with my own experience and feelings. How can anyone be that mentally strong? That willing?" My thoughts were interrupted by a voice. "Whenever you guys are ready, come join us. We are going to grab a bite at a restaurant in the village nearby," I could hear Sakura say in a sweet, considerate tone behind me. From the corner of my eye I saw Yumi get up from her seat. I, on the other hand, wasn't as encouraged to eat. My mind revolved around what Yumi was actually attempting to do a while ago. She was willing to sacrifice her life to try and bring back Itachi's. I can't call her actions foolish, either. She looked like she had really thought it through, which made me doubt her for a split second. That feeling soon vanished when I remembered if I would be in her place, the only thing I would have done would sulk and mope around, which I did. But I also remembered I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I didn't think she would try something like that again, and certainly my village wouldn't allow it. Matilda, I hung my head on my knees, letting my arms just hang to the sides. This is so exasperating. Sasuke. My head tilted as I noticed I had scribbled his name in the dirt. Besides, I know you would do the same for Sasuke, she added, with a cherry voice. Her brought my head up. She had stretched out a hand, a gentle smile on her face. What she had said actually left me in a state that I didn't know what to do. I was clueless. Blank-faced. My mind was addled. She had her arm stretched out, but why? I couldn't understand how she wanted me to react. Sasuke. Why did she even mention him? Am I really that easy to read? All I did understand was she thought wrong when she thought we were kinda in the same boat. He hates me. Baker, that's not when we met. I declared, taking a slurp of my udon noodles. It's not. He wondered, scratching his temple with his index finger. No. Don't you remember? I said, visibly upset. Raising an eyebrow, wondering. Were you that girl? He asked. I waited for him to continue in sheer eagerness. He'd better remember. I pouted, crossing my arms and narrowing my eyes at him. That girl I met at the fishery. Is he really asking me that? And fishery? What? No, Baker. I let out a heavy sigh. We all were having a great time. The air was light and full of life. That night everyone just let go a little. We started talking about the most randomest things. At that moment I was about to plunge Naruto with an onslaught of something if he didn't remember the day we met. It wasn't an extraordinary meeting, but that day really was a blessed one. I had Naruto as a friend because of it, and I couldn't be happier for knowing him. Where then? He pouted in defeat. He slumped back into the seat. Sakura sat between us, while Yumi, Katsuro, and Sai sat across from us. My cousin Noemi went back to the village to, as she said, check up on things there. I wish I could have believed her, but it was an excuse to avoid me asking questions. Yumi confirmed on our way here that Noemi didn't attack any one of them, so of course, I was about to parade questions over questions at her. Don't you remember? When we were little, a girl startled you while you were left beaten to a pulp in a bush. She was all fancied up. And could use the shadow clone jutsu. He asked, looking as if he was slowly remembering. Yep. I cheered. She mocked me. He declared, seemingly hurt. You mocked me, Mia. He said, turning his head away. Oh man, what did I do now? Why is he being like this? Sakura, get out for a second, let me sit next to Naruto. She gave a nod and slid out of her chair. Taking up her chair, I noticed Naruto peering over to my side. He looked upset. I took a look closer and noticed a small smile draw on his lips. Naruto, I said with fake guilt in my voice, placing my hands on his good shoulder. He turned his head to face me with a proper smile. Doby. Just admit you don't remember and stop pretending to be me. I scolded, punching him in the shoulder. I was the only one allowed to dramatize and over-exaggerate things. I pouted, folding my arms, raised my chin and went back to sit at my seat. Sakura got the picture and got up. You two sort this out yourselves. I'm not gonna get involved, she said, before I could even think to ask her to deal with Naruto before I do. I'm gonna go order some more food. You two practically ate everyone's anyway. She stated and went to do what she said she would. I'll come with you. Katsuro offered. He didn't say much at all the whole time. In fact, I noticed him staring a little too often at Sakura. He got the hots for Sakura. I'm used. Yumi had already followed. Sai soon joined them with a big smile plastered on his face and more than noticeable sweat dropped from his temple. My eyes narrowed and I cocked an eyebrow at Naruto. His face twitched in response. You really think I was mocking you? I questioned, glaring at him. Well, yeah. He nervously spoke, grinning at the same time. I breathed in, holding it for a second and let it flow out smoothly. I'm sorry then. But you got to believe me. Back then I thought all kids my age were capable of that kind of stuff. He laughed softly while relaxing in his chair. Why would you think that? He asked, scratching the top of his head. Never mind, I said, giving a closed-eye smile. We sat there quietly for a few minutes, not really knowing what to talk about next until something interesting popped into my mind. Hey Naruto. Yeah, he replied, blinking wildly as if I had just snapped him out of something. Have you noticed Kotsura practically drooling over Sakura? I teased, knowing Naruto liked Sakura and he was about to get all jelly that I even mentioned it. But that's not what happened, his response puzzled me. Yeah, Katsuro likes Sakura-chan. He said nonchalantly. Now I'm really confused. I raised one eyebrow so high, before bringing it back to a net. Wait, don't you have a crush on Sakura anymore? Well, what? I got all excited to know, though I felt like he was leaving me in suspense on purpose. Well, bright red dusted all over his cheeks and ears. Well, I said impatiently. A goofy smile made its way to his face. No. He said plain and simple like. No. I questioned in disbelief. He shook his head and then pillowed it with his arms looking up at the ceiling, face growing more flushed by the second. Why is blushing so darn much? It must be noting, is probably just being silly. I concluded. Well, that's good, you don't need things like that in your life, trust me, huge distraction. Oi. He snapped, suddenly becoming serious. He sat up straight and turned to me. His whole reaction made me feel like I had offended him in some way. I never said it. He cut himself off. His face put on his favorite color of the night, red. You like someone, Tilda? I chimed. Who is it, tell me? I was so eager to know. A sweet smile replaced his goofy one, he was definitely thinking of her at that moment. Reina, he finally spoke out her name after it looked too much for him to hold in. My eyebrows raised up in wonder. Reina. I was going through my memory vault. Who's Reina? Refresh my memory. Heiser Reina. He said, not being able to control the smile that formed when her name merely passed his lips. You don't know her. He continued, she's the most amazing girl I've met. Plus, you were with us for only 3 missions, remember? You also spent a lot of time with yourself in the academy. He stated. Yeah, but I think I would remember. Wait. Something suddenly came to me. No, you're right. I paid way too little attention at everything that went on in class. I also left the academy early, so I understand. I admitted, taking a sip of my milkshake. Little Naruto's found love. I let out a small laugh. But that is way too convenient. How could I have never have met her? I'll play along. I shrugged slightly. Hey, Mia-chan, what were you and Yumi talking about earlier? Naruto asked, coming back to his normal self with an attempt to change the subject. First tell me more about this Reina girl you're so head over heels about. I asked, pretty skeptical, crinkling my nose. I'd love to. I know you would, I teased. Finally slurping up the last of drops of shake. He was clearly sweating, pink blush scattered all over his face. Mia-chan. Stop it, he protested. Fine. I said, shrugging joyfully. Maybe he does have someone. Who knows? So I began telling him what me and Yumi were talking about. Her reasons for entering my village, while doing my best to keep any of her personal info out of the discussion. I guess that's why they call the Kish Tensei forbidden, her. He said, elbows on the table. A reanimation jutsu actually exists. I was taken aback. My shock soon became a gleam of interest. Yeah, his head hung low in his hands, he started ruffling his own hair. Not where we're eating, Naruto. I scolded with my eyes. Gaara had his jubi taken out, so he kinda. He lifted his head. His half-lidded eyes turned full as he passed me a big smile before continuing, but is fine now. He turned to face away from me, though, to use that jutsu, someone had to exchange their life for his death. Granny Chiyo decided it to be her and well. He trailed off. Oh, I see. I tried to look upset for the sake of someone's death. I even tried to pretend like I knew who Uchiha-san was. I know what I was feeling was wrong. I was supposed to feel at least a little sad, but what he just told me really cheered me up. That's exactly what I'm looking for. My joy was probably written all over my face because Naruto's next words were, "This isn't really something to be that happy about, Miya-chan." He noted. My lips curled to a bright smile. "Actually it is. I gleed, don't you see, I can bring Itachi back." His face immediately fell fast as my words sunk it. He was realizing what I meant. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked deep in my eyes. He was obviously upset, which led my face to fall as well. He grabbed a hold of my hand and got up. "Come with me," he spoke in a low voice and pulled me along outside. We went way far off into the forest and he only stopped and let go of me when we reached a big clearing. "What are we doing out here?" I wondered, scanning the area for clues to my question. Whoa. I dodged a near hit from Naruto that came out of nowhere, charging me and causing me to push back. "Hey Baker." What? My scolding was cut off by another punch, then another. I was dodging a wave of punches. Naruto had determination written all over his face. His blue eyes sharpened, glaring into my eyes so intensely I almost slipped back, nearly missing another blow. What's gotten into him? What is he doing? He was quick, but still slow enough for me to dodge his hits. Is he trying to mimic me? I wondered, recalling my recent assaults, if you can call them that, when I left Konoha. Is he testing me? Pondering over the thought for a few seconds before coming to the only rational conclusion I could think of. If that's how he wants to play it. I stopped dodging. If he was going to hit me, he would have done it by then. Even though I knew he would never hit a girl, at least not me, I still felt an uneasiness for the pain I would have to endure if proven wrong. Naruto hits hard. And I knew that for a fact. I've seen what he can do, even when we were kids. He may have not had the best aim, but when it came to force, he was quite intimidating. Turning my head to the side and closing my eyes shut. My body stiffened, waiting for possible impact. My eyes sprung open when I was being squished between his arms as his head rested on top of mine. I knew it all along. I let a smile form on my lips. I tucked my head into his chest. His jacket zip, bothering my nose. I don't care what happens. Never think anyone's life can replace yours. He said sweetly, but stern enough to make his point. His words softened my heart to the point where I wanted to cry out of happiness. His embrace grew tighter, my arms straightened while being pressed to my sides. I wasn't surprised. Naruto was the only one generous with his hugs. He would never refuse me either. He's definitely a keeper. I mused, moving my arms up beneath his to return the hug. My cheek laid flat on his chest as he placed his chin on my head. I'm really possessive, Naruto. You know that, right? Even with my friends. I began, blankly. So this girl of yours better be perfect. I concluded with a pout, shaking his chin away so I can meet his eyes. That's funny, she said almost the exact same thing about you. He gave a silly, toothy grin before placing his chin back on my head. Why do I have to be so short? Baker, you don't talk about me with other people, that's rude. I snapped. Tilda Sakura interrupted, pretending to clear her throat. We both shifted our heads towards her. She was standing at the beginning of the clearing, hands on her hips, along with Katsuro. Look at him following her around like a lost puppy. Who knew he would stoop to this? I shook my head in disbelief, eyes half-lidded. Where have you two been? We brought some food back for the two of you as well, but we didn't find you at the table. She squinted one eye, contemplating the situation. What are you two doing? Pulling away from Naruto. It's called a hug, Sakura. I sassed, pacing over to Sakura, then stopping right in front of her, one hand on my hip. What you should be worrying about is Mr. Tall, dark and handsome over there, I eyed Katsuro. More like Mr. Grumpy, resentful, hurtful, thick-headed jerk. I stared at the awkwardness I had just created in amusement. Wait, did she say more food? I quickly turned at my heels and dashed towards the restaurant, but not before a fair warning. Last one there has to pay for the meal. I shouted, not really caring if they heard me or not. Gaining my second wind, I start stuffing down the food like a bottomless pit. Everyone stared at me like I just grew a second head. What, Tilda? I'm a petite girl with a big appetite. I explained, without really saying a thing. My mouth was full of food, not stuffed like a squirrel's cheeks, but more like I can't talk while I'm eating a fool. After the meal was finally good and done, I leaned back in my chair, patting my tummy at its fullness. I felt really drowsy and not at all willing to get up, at least not for an hour, but of course my body had other plans. "Poor Tilda," I grumbled. "Excuse me," I said, not attempting to get their attention. I really didn't want to get up, but I should have thought of that before I drank all that juice. "I need to use the little lady's room." I wobbled over and out my chair. "I'll come with you." Ayumi offered, getting up from her seat to join me. I cocked a brow at her. "Okay, Tilda." Then I just figured she had to go too. I shrugged my shoulders and made my way to the ladies' room, or in other words the room where girls go to fix their makeup, gossip, talk, or just to check if they look all right. As Ayumi entered behind me, "Mia, we need to talk." "Can it wait?" I whined. "I'm kinda holding it in." She gave a nod and rushed into one of the stalls. After I was done with that, I did the normal thing and washed my hands with soap. "Can we talk now?" she asked calmly. "Is it about, Itachi?" She closed her eyes, smiled and shook her head. "No," she said in a soft voice. "Then okay, let's talk," I said, balancing my weight against the counter. "I want you to go with Sasuke." "What?" I jumped back. I regret not looking for Itachi the moment I got out of that crystal. "I really do," she said, lowering her head. "I know Itachi wouldn't want his brother to be alone, especially at a time where he needs a friend more than anything. I agree, he might be feeling, well." A pang of pain pierced my heart. I gulped lightly, "But I'm the last person he would want to see. You'd be surprised what hard times can do to a person." "I can't do that." I shook my head vigorously. "I can't take the chance." She took a heavy, disappointed sigh. "I understand, at least think about it. It'll probably be good for the two of you," she said before heading out the door. "Distance is good. He doesn't want to see me and I certainly don't want to see him." I knew Sasuke was going through some rough stuff, but that doesn't give him the right to push me aside like that. He had never treated me like that before and it just hurt to experience that kind of rejection from him. I turned to watch my reflection, just stare at the person I was. Supposedly smart, average-looking I guessed, had terribly curly hair if not taken care of, stubborn, very stubborn at times, supposedly a happy person, who had to look at the bright side. I always believed my short-term attention span was the reason things never really affected me. The reason why I, up until I met Sasuke again, never thought of revenge, hate. It never stayed longer than 5 minutes with me when I was being so negative. It would just fade. My friends, Sasuke seemed to change me, sometimes good and sometimes bad. Nope, can't go to him now. All this while I didn't even notice the faucet was on and water was still running. I turned off the tap and went out the door. It said what happened to be Sama. I overheard a girl, no older than myself, speak to her friends. There was a group of 3, 2 guys, 1 girl. Their discussion only began to interest me when one mentioned the word impaled Uchiha. My head jerked to their direction, eyes widened and my lips began to tremble. Sasuke's been impaled. First thought that slammed into my head. The group took up their seats near the window. "When do you think they'll find that Uchiha?" I gulped as one of the guys noticed me staring at them. I skedaddled back to my friends. They seemed to have finished and looked ready to leave. I took a quick glance back at that group. I wonder if they know where I can find Sasuke. Now, I have to get to him. I hung my head low. Why does he have to be so reckless? "Tsk tilde idiot," was the snide remark that escaped my lips. I had no better words to describe that Uchiha. "There you are." Sakura's voice chimed in and I raised my head to her. "Everyone's waiting for you, it's time to go." She talked to me and I simply blinked noticeably. I heard her, but didn't respond until she spoke again. "Mia. Snap out of it. Let's go." Yeah. I shook off the daze, nodded and followed her back to the others. I let out a heavy exasperating sigh. I have to go check up on Sasuke. I can't go back. Turning a glance at my pink-headed friend, what do I tell them? They came and followed me all the way here. Naruto's gonna be so disappointed. My intentions were never to go back to that village. Sacrificing my self-defense for the ones that take offense to everything you do is not the reason why I was born. Truly, I didn't know why I was born, but sure as anything wasn't to be treated like trash. My friends still couldn't understand that if they still wanted me to go back with them. Konoha is no place for me. I've lost too much because of their selfishness. I've lost Itachi, Asuma-sensei, Hisoka, uncle. The Uchihas weren't even spared. How could I go back to a place filled with so much vanity? All they care about is themselves. The worst part was Konohagakure hadn't even achieved true peace yet. I dread to think what would happen if they did. Hey, Miya-chan. Naruto greeted with a cheery tone. Him and the rest were waiting by the table for us. As soon as we came into earshot, I can't come with you guys, I splurted out, then waited for someone to respond. Typical, Katsuro commented, finally breaking his no insult for the day fast. It was good while it lasted. Miya-chan. Why? Naruto's voice was shaken. He was clearly upset and I knew why. He felt like he's failed something. He's disappointed someone, himself maybe. I think I've already explained it, I said in a soft voice, my brows knitted. I felt guilty. I hated upsetting people, especially the people who care about me, but I just couldn't. After a short pause, besides I still have things to take care of, I explained, trying to excuse myself from any more hurdles of seeing Naruto so sad. But I promise, as soon as I'm done, I'll help you with Tsunade-sama and anything else. His lids fell, eyes narrowed at me. You're not planning to come back. He stated plainly because he already knew the answer. Not to stay, no. Biting my lip, I began to feel more guilty, but I had to remember that Sasuke may need me, even if he would never admit to it. Naruto, nor did anyone including Katsuro, seemed too pleased that I wasn't going back with them. Katsuro just wanted me to receive my so-called punishment, which he thinks I deserve. I could only wonder why in the world they'd want me back. I know we are friends, but we all go on our separate ways, missions anyway. We hardly see each other, so what's one less person? I didn't have to live there to be friends with them, right? They don't need me and I don't need to be there. Fine, I trust you, he said, and to my utter amazement he was being completely mature about it. I tackled him into a hug for being so accepting, then continued on about my plans not taking more than a couple of days. Especially when I got an excuse to go see Sasuke. It shouldn't take long to convince him. As parting words, Naruto continued to shock me by uttering, "Happy birthday, Miya-chan." I again began to blink very noticeably. Today's, I shook my head, wondering what date it actually was, not my birthday. I trailed. I knew for a fact. Unless it was because I had been neglecting time for the past few weeks. I know, he chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Speaking of which, Sakura piped, pulling a small gift-wrapped box. Thanks Tilda, when was it by the way? I asked, reaching over to take my gift. I think it was a day after you came back to Konoha, she stated, with a closed-eye smile. That's the day. Sasuke and I. Miya, are you okay? Ayumi pondered, snapping me out of it. Yes, I'm fine. I said half-heartedly. It's just that, my gaze began to wander. Few milliseconds later, I looked back at Ayumi. I was wondering what's inside this thing. I lied, dangling the box in front of me by the ribbon. Why wait? Open it. Naruto suggested excitedly. At first I neatly unwrapped the box, then it became too much of a fuss, so I ripped through it. All the work put into wrapping this thing now down the drain. I pulled the smooth shiny item out of the box and a single tear escaped and slid down my cheek. What's wrong? Sakura asked, concern in her voice. She placed a hand on my shoulder and from the corner of my eye I noticed her nearing to get a better look at the item in my hand. Nothing, I shook my head, still lowered and gazing upon the trinket. Kurenai-sensei gave it to us to give to you, she began, continuing in a more softer tone. It's actually a gift from her and Asuma-sensei, she said. You ran off out of there kinda quick, before she had time to give it to you, Naruto added, leaning in, hands on his knees observing the beautifully sculpted, gleaming crystal heart with a kunai pointed upward, slightly tilted next to it. She said Asuma-sensei got it for you in those shapes because he believed it described you. Kurenai-sensei explained it to us courage, willingness and the purity and transparency of your heart. She concluded, sounding sympathetic towards the mention of Asuma-sensei. I pursed my lips, courage. I'm not courageous at all. I'm a wimp. Purity of the heart. I'm planning to make someone's life a living hell. There's nothing pure about that. Mia-chan, is something wrong? Naruto asked, tilting his head in wonder. No, it's just that, I said softly, what am I thinking? I love it. I agreed. I still can't believe Asuma-sensei remembered. The time before I even started the academy, back in the days when I barely knew anyone, me, Asuma, and Kurenai-senseis passed by a shop that custom-made those little crystal trinkets. We were coming back from our training and I hadn't even attended one class of the academy. Well, I wanted one of those beautiful crystals, but because I had already took so much time off and we were actually 2 days late, we just didn't make the time to order and wait for the item, so for the time being we left. I eventually forgot about it, but I guess Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei didn't. I love them so much. Take care of yourself, Sakura said, wrapping her arms around my shoulders. You better come back, she threatened as she pulled away and waved goodbye. Ayumi seemed to know where I was headed. She didn't say much, she gave a sweet smile, a short nod before went out. Each of them bid their farewells to me and then left. After I couldn't sense their chakra no more, I moved on to the next step, finding Sasuke. To do that I had to indulge in some small, sweet, friendly talk with the group from which I overheard the news. The topic wasn't hard at all to bring up since all of them were infuriated by the Uchiha's actions kidnapping a Jinchuriki. Some Jinchuriki, he can't even win against a group of teens. It's just sad. The Land of Lightning was the last they heard of them both and neither, at that point, could be located, they informed. Thanking them for no real reason they'd be interested in, I got out my seat and headed outside. I scanned the brightly lit place for a clock, but there was none. I had one problem, I wasn't a tracker ninja, so I had no idea where to start or even if I would be able to locate him in time before he moved to somewhere else. Azura was literally nowhere to be found. I didn't even know where her meadows were located to go looking for her. Where are you, Azura? I let out a heavy sigh. I was worried for her, I hadn't seen her lately and she didn't even appear when I needed her. As I passed through the door, I felt a little furry thing brush against my ankle. I jerked back thinking it was a rat, but the little thing came into the light pouring out of the openings of the door and windows. It was my little Azura. You are never leaving my side again, picking her up underneath her front legs, do you understand? I scolded, placing her comfortably in my arms. I didn't wait for her excuse, but seeing her cute sad pouty face, I immediately felt bad and cradled her close to me. I had to figure out a place to keep her, somewhere where she could always be in view. I couldn't just keep holding her in my arms, I needed those limbs just in case of an attack or something. My new attire didn't even have any pockets. It was a simple sleeveless jacket, lifted collars, and the jacket was buckled at my hip, allowing most of the material to hang over it. Bandages were wrapped around my chest like always, but this time I didn't really wear any of the shirts. Sure, I felt a little exposed, maybe a lot, but it really didn't bother me. As usual, I wore shorts. One arm had a black glove that reached to my elbow and ended halfway of my middle finger. My other arm had a small pouch strapped to it, as did my waist. My daggers hung from the straps of my waist. I decided I would place Azura between my jacket and my tummy. That way I knew where she was at all times and there would be no way for her to disappear. Now Azura can help me find Sasuke. I was about to dash off to the lightning country when I was tugged back by my arm. Knowing exactly who it was even in the darkness of the night, I didn't respond. The figure pulled me into the alleyway where I guessed it was his strength that pushed me, actually slamming against the wall. Tilda, I groaned, massaging my back as much as I could reach. What do you want? I grunted, purely disgusted. You may be able to fool your friends, but I know you're going to see that fugitive boyfriend of yours. He snapped, picking me up roughly by an arm. My eyes narrowed, lips powdered and brows knitted together. What the hecky is he talking about? Look at you, I snatched my arm away, waiting for your Sakura to leave, so she wouldn't see your true colors. I retorted. You think you're real smart. I don't need to think, Iron. He rolled his eyes as his hands clenched into a fist. He turned his head away for a moment, then came back to glare at me. That's why you act dumb and are completely useless when your friend's around. What are you talking about? I shouted, my hands fisted. If anyone is dumb and completely useless, it's you. I spat, folding my arms against my chest. I've seen you when you're serious and the way you are when you're with your friends. Which proves you are the one that killed my brother. You're a freaking idiot if you believe that, I retaliated, hating the way he always blamed me for Hisoka's death. I've been observing you, he continued with a stern voice. Stalker. You wait on your friends to protect you. You let them stress upon things because you are so cocky you know they won't let anything happen to you. How do you say that? My eyes widened and lips began to tremble. My voice was shaken. You're a monster, he snarled, a disgusted look on his face. Shut, I was about to snap when he cut in. Just admit it. You let my brother die, he shrugged, speaking like what he just said didn't make a difference to me, so why bother? A short silence filled the air, his eyes narrowed in anger, he bit his lips and head hung. He shook his head once before barking at me. He protected you because you were a useless little bitch who couldn't watch her own back. It's your fault he's dead. If I had a choice, I muttered out, and paused momentarily, I wouldn't have let anything happen to him. You don't know how much I cared about him, to judge me. Clearly not enough, he scoffed. What do you mean? You don't get it. I was so distraught I killed his murders. I killed them. I yelled at him. Convenient. He commented, raising a brows, then looking away. You'll never understand. I began trotting off, only to get grabbed again at my arm. Jerking my head back to him. Explain it to me then, his voice rasped. He gritted his teeth as tears streamed from his eyes. His head was lowered, but I could tell he was crying as tears fell on my arm. My eyes widened slightly and only for a second before they set to a more sympathetic look, lowering upon him, brows furrowed. He really wants to know. Kurenai-sensei and Asuma-sensei walk into Konohagakure after more than a year of hard training. I'm already so late for the academy semester. I lift my head to face my sensei, Kurenai-san. Yes, Mia. She looks down at me with a gentle smile. Do you really think the Hokage would let me join in the middle of the year? I ask, worried that it wouldn't be a possibility for me to join and I'll have to wait a whole another year to become a ninja. He's already accepted, he would. I already informed him of your situation and he understands, she comforted my thoughts. We were making our way through Konoha and towards the Hokage office, which up until recently, I didn't even realize it was also part of the academy. You really think so? My lips pulled to a grin, I was getting extremely excited. Soon you'll be the top-ranking student, no doubt. We stop and Asuma-sensei crouches down and eyes me, questioningly. You know why? I shake my head, raising my eyebrows waiting for him to tell me. Because you've trained under us. He scuffles my hair, then pops a cigarette into his mouth. True, I nod, adding to Asuma-sensei's pride. Also agreeing to the fact that I have been training so hard that I feel invincible. Mia. Kurenai's calm voice calls. My head lifts to face her. Yeah. The classes are barely starting. You want to go now or put it off till tomorrow? She asks. Right now. I jump on the spot. I was getting so restless. Then all we have to do is talk to the Hokage. She says, leading the way. So, we continue to head towards the Hokage office. We pass the markets and so many villages. While doing so, I notice something strange. Why is everyone staring at us? Everyone we passed was staring at us. I couldn't shake the feeling that the constant stares and incoherent chatting wasn't really directed towards us but me. I'm probably being silly. Why would they be staring at me? Catching a harsh glare from some man, then several others, I began picking up speed and caught up to my two senseis that had already reached the building. Come, we'll talk to the Hokage for you. Kurenai offers, beginning her ascent on a flight of stairs. No, wait. My words came out louder than I wanted. I think I'll be fine on my own. I say more softer, bringing a smile to my face. Okay, she agrees with a nod and quite easily. Before she passes by me, she places her hand on my head. Have a great day. She says before heading back home, I guessed. Here Mia, give me your bag. Asuma-sensei stretches his hand out towards my big backpack. I'll take it over to Kurenai's and put it in your room, he offers, waiting for me to hand him the big brown bag, hanging over my shoulders. I swing it off my shoulders and hand it to Asuma-sensei. That's a weight lifted. I chuckle at my own joke. See you later. He waves, tossing the bag over his one shoulder and finally disposing of that cigarette I despised. Better not be any complaints, Kurenai-sensei chimes in, managing a slight smile from a couple of feet away. Bye, her won't. I wave goodbye to the couple before racing up the stairs. Those two would make such great parents one day. After climbing a series of stairs, I finally reached the Hokage's office. I knock normally, but with a little force my hand was noticeably trembling. Come in, I hear a stern voice call out from inside. Opening the door, I slowly walk over to the wooden desk. Immediately after reaching the front of the Hokage, I bow out of respect. Hokage-sama. My name's Mia. I went to train with Kurenai-sensei and Asuma-sensei. I'm here. I wanted to explain my situation some more, but I was unable to. Yes, we've been expecting you. Straightening my back to my usual posture, we begin discussing my situation. He then hands me a piece of paper and then directs me to where I have to go in the academy to start my studies. Staring at the door that would open a new chapter of my life, I can't help but remember everything Itachi told me about the academy, everything my father wanted me to become when he wanted me to join earlier on, the things I could have achieved by this time, Uncle always reminding me to be the better person. I inhale in a deep breath and let it flow out gracefully. Turning the knob to the right, I open the door, knocking before popping my head between the now slightly open door and into the high-ceiling, spacious room. The class was huge. The seats were arranged in such a way that the sensei can observe the whole class from his podium. A wide blackboard hung behind and far ahead of the student seats. Excuse me, my voice getting shaky at the start. Calm down, they won't bite. A tall man with a scar across his face stops his actions midway. From the looks of it, he was explaining some sort of jutsu because he had his hands in the shape of the Rama sign. He turns to look at me. Yes? He questions, his expression looks as if he didn't know I was coming. I gulp in before asking, may I come in? He relaxes his arms then nods. I hand him the paper that the Hokage gave me. I see, well. He rubs the back of his neck, still reading the small piece of paper. Lifting his head, it looks like we have a new student joining us. Everyone, this is Mia, he introduces. That's great. I didn't have to introduce myself in front of everybody. Phew, Tilda. Mia, sensei broke into my thoughts, that's your name. I nod. HM, would you mind telling us why you've joined so late in the year? I was training. Reply simply, joining my hands behind me. Ah, I see. Well, that's good then, seeing as the finals are a few months away. Would you mind showing us what you've learned? Can you perform any jutsus yet? I didn't bother looking at the rest of the students, I can't actually. I get stage fright, quite easily. Yes, some. I say. Can you perform the clone jutsu? He asks, waiting for a reply. Yes. Show us. This is a good way for me to understand your ability and how much help you'll need. Okay. Before you begin, tell me how many clones can you manage on an average? I've never tried more than 7. Can you manage 7 and show us right now? I can, but some might not last long. I've really haven't slept well and I skipped breakfast, wanting to come here first. So you just entered into Konoha? Yes. Okay then, ready. MHM, I nod and start forming the hand signs. Ramhusnake Tiger. 7 lovely me appeared. Immediately after the sensei observed my clones, 2 vanish in a cloud of smoke. I guess I can only manage 5, I say sheepishly. I finally turn and scan the silent room. Almost all the girls scoff and turn their heads away. It's like they were waiting for me to look at them, so I could see their expressions. They are still mad about the whole Sasuke thing. Before my journey off to training, Sasuke and I would roam around all over Konoha together. I usually ended up sticking myself to him and the only one talking, but we hung out and this infuriated the girls, always. Most of the boys who cared enough started glaring at me in disapproval, except Sasuke. Yep, good old Sasuke didn't even bother looking at me. This class must really hate new students. I concluded. I understand why the girls are mad, but I couldn't think of a good enough reason as to why the boys would be too. Okay, Mia, take a seat. Anywhere you like. Sensei says, before picking up a textbook and scanning through the pages. Then it started. That was their cue. Almost all the students started whispering to each other. She's the girl who's cursed. She has a bad omen that kills anyone who goes near her. She'd better stay away from Sasuke-kun. A girl growled, glaring at me. A single drop could be felt sliding down from my temple on that last comment. Fangirls and their Sasuke. Sasuke doesn't even like breathing the same air as them. Sad, confused, love-struck girls. I pitied the hopeless obsession they have on my friend. I climb up the few steps to the last few desks in the middle row. Before I could reach Sasuke's desk. Mia. I turned around, yes, sensei. Before I forget, meet me after class. I need to tell you where you can get your study material for the year. For now, share the book with one of your classmates. I nod and head up. Sasuke didn't look like he wanted me to sit next to him. Is he still mad? I let out a heavy sigh before striding up the next step. May I sit here? The boy looks up at me, lazily. What a drag, tilde, he huffs, slouching over his desk. He didn't seem too pleased to, basically move, but he did anyways and gave me some space to sit. I look around and notice the girls, kinda happy, and I knew why. It was because I didn't sit next to Sasuke and not knowing about the fight we had before I left with Asuma-san and Kurenai-san. Actually, Sasuke was the main reason I agreed to go with them after they had offered. I just wanted to get away for a while. You know, some time for us to cool down. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction. Hey, Sasuke, are you using that pencil? I ask, hovering over his shoulder, trying my best not to let Sensei notice. Sasuke just ignores me, as expected. You know I will keep bothering you until you give that pencil, Baker. I threaten, widening my smile. Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasu. My face and words froze as the pencil's tip stared just centimeters from my eye. Brushing off the fact that little stunt was a threat. Thanks, Sasuke. I say cheerily, sitting back down on my seat. I let out a quiet laugh. She is Sasuke-kun's pencil, gasped tilde. I began amusing myself by mimicking how I thought the fangirls would react. And like a prediction, that's exactly what one of them said, followed by another. That curly-haired freak better stay away from our Sasuke-kun. No, my Sasuke-kun. What if something happens to him because she is cursed? Yeah, now she really better stay from Sasuke-kun. I shake my head and my brow twitched in annoyance. What's up with these girls? I'm embarrassed to be considered the same species as them. Disgraceful. Mia. I lift my head to show that I heard him. Yes, sensei. Can you tell me the number of hand seals a ninja is capable of using? If I remember correctly. 12. Very good. And how many types of element release are there? Can you tell us a little about them? I got this in the bag. Basically, there are 4 types of element jutsus: water, fire, wind, and earth. Each of these elements can either contradict or complement each other, depending on how it is used. It is even possible to combine one or more element to make a whole new one. Such as fire and earth metal, water and wind ice, and even water and earth wood. I concluded the answer, but I felt the need to add a few more things. The first Hokage was able to use wood-style release. How much do you know about the first Hokage? Some. Like I know he is the founder of the village, along with them. My eyes fall on the back of Sasuke's head for a minute. Uchiha Madara, he used wood release, he was a senju, he brought about peace in the land, he was brave, courageous, and only wanted everyone to work together. Determined. Wise. You seem very interested in history, he notes before picking up a folder, glancing at it then looking back at me. Millimeter HM, of course I am. History is something that defines who we are and the people we have the potential to be. History is the reason for us being able to get this kind of education. The reason why we are here today. Aha, I never thought of it that way. Sit down. Thank you, Mia. Let's. The door jolts open, startling most of us. A blonde kid with blue eyes walks inside without permission, wearing a distasteful look on his face. Naruto, late again, that's the third time this week, detention. Sensei scolds the boy, who looked like he couldn't care less. He scowled. His head hung low as he turned towards the class and his sky blues met my gaze, Mia-chan. He cheered, jumping on the desks climbing higher to reach me with trudging clumsy steps. Why don't you just use the steps like a normal person for once? You're gonna end up falling and hurting yourself. He was just a few desks away. Once he reached the desk in front of Sasuke's, he tripped on top of my raven-haired friend causing both to fall straight on the floor, face first. Getting up and rubbing their sore spots, Sasuke was the first to send a death glare at Naruto. Dobi, watch where you're going, he grunts. Tell me if you didn't have your big fat head in the way. He spat back. Each of them equipped with their own set of death glares, they continued with their insults without either giving in. I rest my head on my fist, just watching the spectacle with half-lidded eyes. This is going to be a long day. Ugh, I let out a heavy sigh, pulling my ponytail over to the side of my shoulder. Talk about the worst first day ever. I complain, holding onto the strap of my bag full of notebooks, stationery and the shinobi syllabus. Iruka-sensei personally came with me to get all the things I needed for the rest of the year. All day was non-stop teasing, bugging and name-calling whenever they got the chance. Sasuke didn't say a word to me all day. To make matters even worse, it wasn't only my class that was doing the mocking. It was practically the whole academy. I of course took the matter up with Iruka-sensei, who made the class stand for the whole day, excluding the very few that didn't taunt me. As an added punishment, they weren't going to get any practical training for the rest of the week. Plus a warning that if he gets another complaint like that, he won't hesitate to talk to the Hokage about it. Conclusion: Iruka-sensei's awesome. Well, that made them quiet, but even as I walk out of the academy to head home, I still can hear many, and I mean many, students going on about me being a tattletale, mouthing the words to me. And I can overhear some going about my so-called curse. Why does everybody have to be like that? I roll my eyes. Mia-chan. Hinata came up to my side, peeling me away from my thoughts. She wore a slight smile on her face. How are you? She stuttered out. I couldn't figure out why she would stutter so much. You saw what happened today. How do you think I am? I pouted, my tone coming out harsher than I wanted. I'm sorry, Mia-chan. You had to hear all that on your first day. My friend Hinata apologized, stuttering a little between words and lowering her eyes to meet the ground. I smacked my forehead, sliding my hand down my face. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have responded like that. It's not your fault. I let out an exasperating sigh. It's just that today was so frustrating and... My gaze mimicked Hinata's and landed on the ground. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. Pausing for a bit before finally bringing my head up to face her. Okay, I gave a closed-eye smile. HM, she gave me a nod and we continue on our way. Mia-chan, can I ask why you didn't sit with me? Hinata-san, I did when we were in our kunoichi class, but if you're talking about the regular class then, is that really something I have to explain? I raise a brow up. Hinata, knowing all that has gone on with me. She known me from the time I first set foot in Konoha. Why is she asking such a trivial question? But I didn't let her continue. Besides, if I did, everyone would be on your head about how you're sitting with the cursed girl, the tattletale, the murderer, the monster. My gaze lowers once again, staring at the grey cemented street. Shaking it off, but not shifting my view from the ground in front of me, letting out a chuckle, and my favorite of the day, Sasuke Steeler, like can our classmates be any less creative? I asked sarcastically. Mia-chan. She bent her head slightly in front of me to try and meet my gaze. Not wanting her to have a sore neck, I look up straight while giving a thin smile. Please don't take their words too seriously, she says sympathetically. She turns to glance in front of her. I have to go now. I look over to see a tall, strong, stern-looking man and a smaller version-looking Hyuta boy, around my age, both waiting for her straight ahead. The boy's Hinata's cousin. I can't remember his name, but I remember having a disagreement on what we believe to be and is the way things are supposed to be. Before she went with them, please try not to be as sad, okay, Mia-chan. She smiles, then goes on her way. Easier said than done, I mumbled, because as she left, I could once again hear all their hurtful remarks fill my ears. They probably never stopped. All this time I was talking to Hinata, they probably never stopped degrading me. And for what? A rumor. Throughout the whole day in the academy I held my tongue. Mainly because it's the first day, but if I wanted to, just with a few words. I could have hurt them so bad, sending them crying to their mummies, but I didn't. That's too evil, I guess. Shaking off their insults, I start making my way to the market. I needed groceries and a quick bite. Heading to Ramen Ichiraku's place to get something to go. With all the homework they gave, I won't have time to cook. Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei had already informed me on our way here that they would be eating out together. So I really didn't have to cook anything for the day. The service was quick, and as usual Tucha-san was very kind. I got two to go and then heading off to buy a little bit of groceries for tomorrow morning, but everywhere I went people either refused to serve me, or if they did serve, it was done with fear or hatred in their tone. Here. I stretched out my hand to pay the lady at the counter, my voice stuttering and me being on the verge of tears. She took the money, pinching the edge like it was contaminated or something. The look she gave me showed nothing less than disgust. Simple, plain disgust. Like I was some creature who isn't even worthy of being here. She pushed the grocery bag in front of my face on the counter, dropping some eggs on my head. Laughing. They all started laughing at me. Pointing and laughing. I couldn't stand it anymore. I ran away from there, ending up in the forest just outside the training grounds. Tossing whatever I had to the side and burying my head into my legs, hugging them tightly, crying. What did I do to them? Blubbering out words. Tears running down my cheeks. They all are so mean. I started hugging myself tighter, digging my nails into my skin. I have nobody who really likes me here. Nobody who wants me, and lifting my head to breath in the night air. Taking long deep breaths, my voice became calm but hoarse. When Asuma-san and Kurenai-san hear about it, they won't want me either. Shuddering sobs was heard in my breath as tears began pouring out again. It's not fair. I started shouting out, it's not fair. I repeated, louder. Gritting my teeth, I sat up, then picked up a rock. It's not, lifting my hand, ready to throw. Fair. Wait. A boy, around my age, popped up out of nowhere. Guessing he didn't want to get hit, I tossed the rock to the side. What do you want? I spat as my lips began forming a pout. He sat down in front of me, holding the bag of groceries I left behind. Here, you left these, he says politely. I hold up my legs closer. Who is he? Placing the bag in front of me, he begins scooching over to sit next to me. You don't mind, right? He asks, getting uncomfortably close. I practically began staring at him. He had light brown hair with bleach blonde accents. I think his hair confuses me. His eyes, on the other hand, silver with deep blue lining. You have nice eyes, I blurt out, suddenly clasping my hands over my mouth. Where did that come from? I didn't mean to. Lowering my hands, my lips were making their way into a nervous smile. Feeling my cheeks heat up, I immediately turned away from him, embarrassed. Hey, he says softly. I think he wanted me to face him, but I wasn't going to, knowing my face was already red as a tomato. How much would the woodchuck chuck if the woodchuck could chuck wood? He says in haste. My head snapped towards him, confused and with brows raised. What? I say with a puzzled smile. You have a nice smile, he compliments out of nowhere. My cheeks feel heated again. Don't turn away again, please. I just want to talk. So I didn't. I didn't turn away. You know, if your smile's this nice, I can only imagine how beautiful your laugh would be. He gives me a closed-eye smile, complimenting on my own. I could feel my heart racing in my chest. What's up with him? He's cute. But why is he? That's why we have to keep you smiling, he adds before taking my hand into his. His expression turns serious. You shouldn't really care what those people think. He turns his gaze away from me, looking towards the sky. His brows knit together in anger. They won't understand. You need to just ignore them. They might never stop thinking the way they do, but they certainly will get tired of it. Especially if you pay less attention. But if you can't, then smile. It'll eventually make you feel better, plus if you smile more. He pauses, bringing his gaze back to meet mine. They might even soften up to you. I began blinking, quite notably. Who is he? Why does he care? I know it'll be hard, he continues. But who said things are supposed to be easy, right? He pauses, waiting for my approval. All I could bring is a blank-faced nod because I just couldn't figure out why he's being so nice to me. Turning his gaze away again, so all you really have to do is be yourself. I let out a sigh, closing my eyes for a moment. You don't know me. I let my voice trail as I speak softly. You're right. I don't, he answers plainly. Then how do you know myself is good? Well, people just don't get a nice smile from being bad. He turns his head to gaze into my eyes, raising a brow. Have you ever seen a bad guy with a sweet smile? No, right. I can even tell you have a happy personality. Yeah, how's that? I inquire, arching my brows. Well, it takes a lot of practice to get a smile that perfect. Okay, now you're just buttering me up. What do you want? I say in suspicion, pulling my hand away and crossing my arms together. No. No. He shakes his head to each word, waving his hands in front of him. It's nothing like that, he says, relaxing his hands to his sides. I just think you're really pretty and maybe even nice. I just want you to feel better after what you went through practically the whole day. Sincerity was laced in his voice as he spoke to me. He's different. He's sweet. Understanding. Oh then, I'm sorry. I apologize, feeling extremely guilty. Don't apologize, but can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. I smile. Glad he didn't hold anything against my sudden suspicion. Never let that smile fade. Hold on to it. He shifts his gaze from me to the stars above. I don't know. He shrugs, think happy thoughts, just never lose hope. The smile you wear on your face reflects the hope, the thoughts, and the kind of person you are. When people see you, they'll eventually stop all that hate. Who knows, maybe, because of you, other people might start smiling. He turns to me. You know what they say. I shake my head sheepishly because I have no idea what he's talking about. He snorted the cutest laugh. A smile's contagious. See, now we are both smiling, he notes, but I don't think he understands why I'm smiling. Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. I agree, my voice softening with each word. Hey, no problem, he says while getting up to leave. Until we meet again. Bye. Wait. I shout, wanting him to stop. And he does. Yeah, he turns his head to face me. I didn't get your name. I say, embarrassed that I yelled. Hisoka. Kikuzu Hisoka. I could never hurt Hisoka. Was the last thing I said before running off to go find Sasuke. I left Katsuro in that alley. Tear-drenched. He didn't talk much after I began speaking. He wanted to listen, maybe even understand, or maybe he just couldn't talk. He probably had nothing to tell me, nothing to say to me. He might even have thought I was lying, but all I did know was that he was too upset to even try and stop me. If only he knew how much I miss you, Hisoka. Water bullets shot towards me at lightning speed. If only fire element jutsus weren't so hard. I bit my lip, tensed by my situation. Dodging attacks, focusing chakra, then landing perfect hits wasn't easy. Two clones stood on standby, while one continued to do all the chakra focusing. I was too overwhelmed by attacks to fight on my own. Azura took on the tall orange-haired man. While I was stuck with this guy who didn't seem like he could allow a hit. He would dissolve into water every time I tried. To make it worse, he was shooting bullets at me. Yeah. Water. Bullets. I didn't care to stop and find out. One nearly missed my ear as another headed straight for my shoulder. This is getting ridiculous. I gritted my teeth, shifted my position in firm and defense, raising my arms in front of me. Ancestral barrier. I cried, the ground shook, water gathered, a heat of chakra emitted defending me when needed. Nothing can touch me now, confidence rising, my eyes focused and narrowed at my attacker. I paced forward, daggers clenched in my hands. I still couldn't come up with an attack plan to beat him. None of my jutsus had worked. Direct hits didn't work. Fighting fire with fire, or in that case, water with water, didn't work. My earth element jutsu, they all were useless against his ability to turn into water at will. I did have a plan, but it involved me using a fire element jutsu, and if I could recall correctly, me and fire didn't go so well the last time we danced together. Seriously, people got burned, including myself. Luckily I had some aloe vera with me and it worked well for burns and the scarring. Then I remembered. I held my blades in my hands, ready to strike again. Attacks kept coming, but I didn't even have to evade them. He didn't try to escape either, he didn't even flinch as I approached. Maybe because he had learned by then that there was nothing I could do to hurt him. Still, at that point, I had tried something and I had to be quick. I puffed behind him, earning a shocked glare darting towards me. His sharp teeth had been concealed by the frown that formed. In one swift move I slashed the daggers in front of me in an attempt at crossing them together across his head. As expected, his head took the shape of water, and without even moving, he avoided the attack altogether. Earth release, breaking avalanche technique. I shouted, and as I did, the ground sprung up from beneath us before plunging down over him. I didn't intend to actually harm him, but to immobilize him, so what better way than to add a little earth to his little tactic of defense? He had the soil and ground in his system, giving him no way to run or move for that matter. His figure began to disform into strange gooey-looking shapes. I was a little disturbed by the sight that I backed away from him. His form did seem to amuse me after I got over how strange he looked. I wasn't really sure how that plan would physically affect him, but at that point that was not my concern. The need to defeat these guys was never there. I simply wanted to see Sasuke, but they wouldn't let me. Even after giving them a small introduction, which comprised of mainly my name, they refused to let me through. When I persisted on entering, they began their attack. Aside from the almost too hilarious scene of my opponent, that had white hair, shark teeth, looking like a muddy snowman. To add to the humor, Katsuro was there. I guessed he was thinking he was invisible, up in a tree, spectating the fight from a safe distance. Though I didn't notice until halfway through the fight that there was someone up there watching us. To my disdain, it had to be him. Shifting my gaze over to Azura, I noticed one of my clones had joined in, doing not too well. Azura was obviously the most effective half of the two. I knew I had to intervene to finally get this done with. As I zoomed towards them, I was met with one striking punch aimed at my gut. The move didn't receive contact due to the barrier, but I was still flung towards a small structure, which crashed as my body made contact with it, sending a waterfall of debris falling on top of me. It was obvious that my barrier had lost its light and was put out. My brain pounded in my skull. I was slightly dazed from the impact. I tossed the planks of wood off of me. While trying to get to my feet, my vision caught on the red head that punched me. My eyes widened as I recognized her face from the file I read about her. She's an Uzumaki. I bit the inside of my lip hard. I can't afford to go back to my village for medical help. I knew as soon as I left there, if I needed to, I would have slimmer chances of finding Sasuke again. As the girl approached, a clone of mine puffed in front, ready to take her on. I got to my feet and balanced upon the wall. I knew full well that I shouldn't get involved in that fight. Turning my attention back to the guy with orange hair. Underscore 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 underscore. Sashi Bashai Gajutsu. Blocks of earth rose from the ground, slamming against her body in continuous successions. She's not much of a challenge, is she? I couldn't allow her to attack the actual me. I couldn't allow her to fall loose until I was certain she wouldn't come at me again. I have to keep this up as long as I can. Underscore 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 underscore. Who are you? The man grumbled as he was dodging my attacks. My blade sliced through the air, not letting in. My arms felt like they were about to break off any minute. I told you who I am. All I want is to talk to Sasuke. I shouted, irritated that I already explained him that, and still we are in this mess. Azura lashed at him with her tail, scattering dust and causing his body to leave an impression on the ground. As the dust and dirt cleared, a bullet pierced through my shoulder. Down it, I grumble, grabbing onto the wound. My body slightly slouched over from the pain. He's out already. Before I could react, I was sent flying, smashing into a wall and leaving a dent in it. As my body slid down, rubble trickled down on my back and shoulders. Apparently not dazed enough, my senses flared as I sensed Sasuke right behind me. To my dismay, I was too worn out to move. I could feel my clones disappear. It had seemed like they had won. The white hair and orange hair men approached. I was pulled up and taken to be presented straight in front of Sasuke. His expression, indifferent as usual. I tried my hand at glaring him down, but ended up breaking into laughter. I couldn't understand how he could be so tensed and that serious all the time. What do you want us to do with her? The orange hair man asked. That's simple, let me go. I squirmed in their hold, trying my level best to pull away. No luck in the end. So, that's a no to letting me go then, huh? The redhead approached me and stopped to the side, hand resting on her hip. Forget about letting you go, she began, moving closer, squeezing my face between her hand. You'll be lucky to survive the day. At the end of the threat, she let my face go, forcing it to turn to the side as she pushed her hand away. All eyes narrowed to my face. Why are they looking at me like that? Their expressions had the slightest hint of shock as I turned my head to observe each of them. Karen, get out. Sasuke finally spoke, but obviously not to me. Big baby. But to the red-headed Uzumaki. She was taken aback by the sudden command, but. She stuttered out before Sasuke sent a death glare her way. Her head hung over her shoulders, defeated and obligated to obey. Oh, and Karen, I added with little bit of a smirk, addressing her by the name Sasuke mentioned. You missed one. I commented, challenging her skills. I looked at her clearly angry face. Shut up, you. I hummed noticeably, interrupting her insult. My gaze shifted to Sasuke. One eye squinted slightly as the other raised a brow. Some sensory ninja you got there, Sasuke. I blew some loose strands from my face, since I couldn't move them with my hands. Sasuke glared at me for a good minute before I decided to explain. There's a shinobi that's been watching us this whole time, up in that tree behind me. What? I didn't. Ha, the white hair, sharp teeth guy chuckled. I turned to him. Seriousness and some sarcasm drawn on his face. Too important and busy trying to sense intruders to help her, he commented. Then shifting my gaze to the girl. Veins popping from the side of her forehead as she had her arms crossed together. Looking like she couldn't stand him no more, she charged with a punch directed at his face. That reminds me, how did he get out of the mud again? His face turned toward her and avoided the punch. Wow, she acts and has the temper to match Sakura's. Karen, check on the intruder, Sasuke commanded impatiently. She didn't even get the chance to leave. I sensed Katsuro's chakra along with my Azura's. How naive can he be? I shook my head, without a second thought though. I stretched up on one leg, on my toes, my back arching to face Katsuro behind me. The two captors held a tighter grip around my arms as I leaned back and faced Katsuro, upside down. Stupid Temi, give me back my Azura. I growled, wanting to attack. I began pulling my hands and arms, they just held tighter. That moment Azura jumped out of his arms and bounced straight back to where she belonged with me. I set myself back to face Sasuke directly. He's an Anbu member, I stated, waiting for them to react and hoping that would give me the chance to get set free. But sadly my luck was never that great. For now, I'm only after the garbage you two hold. I could hear him say quite calmly. And you're not? I spat back. You know, you don't even have to be here. We already had an agreement. I snapped my head back at him, so leave. You need to be punished. But you care as much as I care about you. I said the last words while turning back to Sasuke, mainly because my neck was cramping up. Just say it, you want revenge. My emphasis on the last word made a chuckle escape him. My eyebrow twitched. You guys sure don't know anything, do I? The person who you're supposed to be capturing and holding against their will is standing casually by the door as you chowder heads listen to the oh-so-entertaining conversation, I commented, my voice laced with sarcasm. I'm leaving, just hand her over and we'll be out of your hair. He negotiated. An idea popped into my head. It wasn't necessarily for escape, but it may have helped with the jerk, who couldn't take a hint. I turned back to face the Anbu. Katsuro, you're doing good, I half whispered, wanting them to hear me. He gave a questioning glare, cocking a brow. Sasuke, what do we do? The one with shark teeth asked. Kill them both, he said, plain and simple like. My head snapped back at Sasuke. You're really gonna let them kill me? My voice hinted with false worry. He's the one who ordered it, the shark teeth guy remarked. Like duh. I know that. True, in that case. I slid down, forcing their hands to grab a hold of my wrist. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at me. I was sitting on the ground, wrists locked together over my head. Then enough playing around. I grinned. Activating my Mirakotogen, so much chakra began to build up, my senses were on overdrive, it was like being doused with adrenaline. I knew by then my eyeballs had already turned black. With all the lack of sleep, I could only imagine how menacing I looked. Karen and Sasuke were the only ones that could see the change. Sasuke looked intrigued, lifting his head slightly but of course did a good job at not letting it be too noticeable. The redhead look creaked out. She stepped back, waiting for her next instructions. My hands began forming hand signs. My body had sunk into the hole created by me as I dragged the two captors with me, cuffing them in the ground. The pale one sure had a lot to say about it, but I ignored as darkness enveloped me for a split second. I emerged behind Sasuke, dagger to his neck. That should stop them from interfering. Now, before I could say another word, my stomach started to churn. A sickening feeling rose. I stepped back away from Sasuke with my hand on my mouth. I felt nauseous. Sensing the redhead approaching, most likely at the attempt to capture me while her friends were still occupied. I waved a hand at her, signaling her to stop and motioned my condition to her. The vomiting sensation stopped when I felt at my worst. I'm fine now, I said, relieved. Crawling back on the bed and kneeling next to Sasuke, I turned my head to look at him. He looks like a statue. Baker, such a baby. My brows knitted and eyes narrowed as a slight pout formed on my lips. Were you really planning to have me killed? Just. He didn't answer, ignoring me, at least trying to. No one could really ignore me. I sighed. Let me heal you, Sasuke. Stay away from him. The enraged redhead commanded. Who's talking to you? Mind your own business, why don't you? I spat, darting a glare at her. I leaned in front, one hand on my knee, the other on the mattress. I moved forward, so my gaze would meet Sasuke's. You're such a baker, you know that. Stop acting like a stubborn little child and talk to me. I didn't even get to my trying to convince him part when my hair was being pulled on by my ponytail. This is definitely a setback for having long hair. Crazy, obsessed girls can get to it easily and hurt my head. Get away from him, Karen shouted. Turning my head, glaring at her, mind your own business. I shouted. She looked angrier than the time I sent the ground smashing at her back, which was a few moments ago. I came to only one conclusion. She's jealous. I'm talking to Sasuke, so butt out. I said, grinding my teeth and trying to keep my cool. I snatched my hair back, placing it in front. You have no right to. To what? Talk to my friend. Who are you to tell me anything, anyways? I raised a brow, as in to challenge her to make me stop. How do you know him? Her tone demanding. I didn't like it, so I didn't answer. Yeah, Mia, tell her. Katsuro added, wanting to ignite a flame. Listen, fathead, I don't need to explain myself to you or anyone else for that matter. You really do fit in with these hooligans, he remarked, addressing all of us. He stood at the entrance of the room, his hands folded. The two guys still struggling to get loose in front of him. But I huffed and decided to ignore them. Lifting my head facing the side of Sasuke's face, knowing he wouldn't even bother turning to look at me when I talked to him. I neared him, mainly to whisper, "This is the only chance I have for you to kill Danzu, take it." I popped my head in front of him, "Or lose the only opportunity you have," before I, shifting myself, so that I sat up straight, gazing at the door. "Well, that's a secret." I smirked. I waited a bit, eyeing his reaction, if he was going to react, that is. When I felt that he wasn't okay, that's all I wanted to say, I started climbing off the bed, holding onto Ujira, who sat in the gap between my stomach and jacket, so she won't fall out. I walked towards Katsuro. "Come on, let's G." My brows arched. Wait. Am I forgetting something? I smacked my forehead with my palm, of course. "Sasuke. Everyone out." She spun around as she commanded. "Ujira." Her voice echoed in the silenced room. An earth jutsu covered up the hole as she completed her hand seals. No one protested as they were shoved outside. Her pet did the courtesy of that. We were alone. My eyes narrowed, wondering what she was thinking. Better, what is she wearing? Doesn't she know man? I let out a deep sigh at the thought that left my eyelids half-lidded. If she doesn't care. She approached me in a lazy manner, slouching as she walked towards the bed. From the corner of my eye I could see her take a seat next to me, pulling her legs up and crossing them over the sheets. She let out a loud, heavy sigh. "Did you really plan on having me killed?" she huffed. "I know you're upset, but don't hate me." She paused, letting silence take over for a moment. "That much that you'd want me gone forever?" Mia's problem was that she'd get so worked up about the most trivial of things. So what I commanded them of such a thing, it wasn't like she was going to let them. She paused and sighed again, though louder than before. The irritation in her breath irritated me more. I was scared. Scared of losing you. She continued, as if she were confessing something of any relevant importance to me. Still, her feelings hit a nerve. Losing. I wanted to snap at her then and there. That thought had me significantly infused by her ignorance. Her thinking of concealing such a critical piece of information was uncalled for. If she would have told me. I tried to. Her softened voice cut through my thoughts. At least, I tried to figure it out myself. I wanted us to discuss it, but you had your mind so set on your revenge that you shut me down and nothing else mattered to you. I wanted to give everything time, so I left with Kurenai-san and she took her time to continue. "Asuma-san. HM," she hummed, "he's dead now. Hidden from the Akatsuki killed him. Everyone just keeps dying. Why is that my problem?" I wasn't the one asking her to sulk over something that's long gone. It wasn't my fault she couldn't hold herself up. What does she want me to do about it? I don't care for piety problems. She's too immature to understand. Instead, she should transform it into something useful, but it's Mia. She's not capable of taking up the necessary actions required of her to heal herself. Dying, leaving, whatever you want to call it, they are gone. She spoke slowly. The pain in her voice was clearly notable, but I had no solution, so why try and confide in me? A long silence filled the room. At last, my thoughts were once again free to compensate on my revenge. To my despair, the quiet didn't last long. "You're such a baker, you know that." She leaned in front to face me. "You could have got plenty strong staying in Konoha, but you chose to leave," she pouted. "That's none of your concern." She scoffed. "Either ways, Itachi would have died." She continued more plainly. "He was sick and only waited for you to kill him. He stayed alive for you." She sat back up to a normal position and continued. "You're still not talking. Wow, you're stubborn." She mumbles loud enough for me to hear. I felt the foam bed vibrate slightly, supposing she plunged backwards, tossing herself on the bed. "I just don't want you to hate me, okay?" Her tone sounded defeated. She went on by saying, your family, my uncle. The time I spent with all of you were happy. I want the last bit of my childhood not to hate me. Your childhood is the past. Move on." The words that came next not only shocked me, but puzzled me. "Did you know I ran away from my parents when I was 5? I left them." she said in an indifferent tone, one that showed that was something she wasn't ashamed or cared to admit to. Call me spoiled, ungrateful, undeserving, whatever you will. I just had to leave. She stated. There wasn't anything wrong with my parents, they were amazing, loving, caring. I just needed uncle. They are alive, yet you left them. You really are ungrateful. HMP, she let a small amount of agitation out. I noticed, even by mentioning she became agitated and regretful. Uncle loved me more, he died for me. She stated. What? What is she talking about? I arrived at the Uchiha hideout before you did. Their attacher told me everything. He explained to me how Uncle gave his life so that I can live. It was that point I realized something. Uncle had a choice. He could have ended attacher's little charade right there, but he chose to let it go on for my sake. Knowing he wouldn't be able to help me further, but you know what bothers me the most? I could hear her inhale deeply. My interest rose further as I waited for her to continue. How much hasn't she told me? I think he wanted to die. It's something that I had always felt when I was around him. He wanted an excuse to leave. The situation attacher presented was plain and pure opportunity. He didn't want to leave me, but I know he wanted to go. I would find him crying and upset more than once. Each time I inquired about it, he would change the subject. I was young, so I didn't take any notice to it. HMH, she hummed. You know, I met attacher like I said, back in Orochimaru's lair. I tried to convince him to tell you everything, I really did. I told him that I knew what was going on, and I even threatened to expose him and the person he worked for. You know what he told me. She took one of her dramatic pauses. He said it was for Sasuke. And he asked me, are you willing to put his life among those who you had lost? Those words would keep anyone quiet. Kept me from saying anything about the matter. It wasn't until I met him in the Uchiha hideout that I truly understood what he meant. She continued. When the time came, before you reached the hideout, I was sent into a genjutsu. Itachi managed, even in that state. He couldn't fool my eyes, but my body believed every bit of the illusion. It believed I was chained to the floor, near the wall, and I went mute. It still bothers me though. It bothers me that he was content about it. Content like my uncle was, like it was meant to happen, that this was how he was supposed to die, and there was absolutely nothing anyone could do about it. You must know how obnoxious the feeling is. I could see her sit back up before she continued to tell me what I thought was her side of the story. Itachi was sick, he was going to die whether you were strong enough to beat him or not. I tried telling you, kicking the floor, shouting, which was impossible, but I tried. By the time I was able to move and speak again, it was over. Itachi's body laid next to me and I noticed it. I noticed the smile crawl to your face, Sasuke. She explained everything in parts, some of which wouldn't make sense until she continued. The hard part of it was holding my tongue against her words, but of course she might have started crying. She was weak, emotionally, and was never meant to be a shinobi. You got your revenge and you were satisfied. She added, leaning back at where she sat today. My nose crinkled as my eyebrows knitted together. How dare she? Itachi's gone and she's... So Uchiha, don't you dare blame all that happened on me, she spat. Before my thoughts could carry on, you were too absorbed by your desire that you blocked and ignored everything and everyone around you that tried to convince you otherwise. You, me and Itachi. We all were too absorbed. She admitted, we all are guilty of something. You were guilty of carrying around too much hate. After realizing I might lose one of you, I wanted to have the last bit of my happiness, my childhood, to be safe. Even if he didn't like me, but I was pretty certain he wouldn't hate me. But you know what? Itachi is the worst of us both. She got off the bed, stood in front of me and neared closer. She bent over so that we were face to face. His wrong was that he had an unhealthy amount of love for his little brother. She smiled before landing a kiss on the tip of my nose. She hasn't been taking her pills, has she? The madness and bluntness of her approach was and had never been something I liked. Her hugs, her pet names, and leaving out her fascination with hair were habits of his I could never get accustomed to. Baker, we are all guilty of something. She said in a soft and rather too caring tone that would make anyone feel uncomfortable. We are all selfish, and if there's someone to really blame, it's Danzo. I'm assuming you already know. Her words trailed as she sighed, her voice started to become more demanding. She closed her eyes for a moment, her features fell to more stern ones. "Take off your shirt," she commanded before moving over to the edge of the bed. "What?" My brow twitched as her words gave me an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. For the first time today, I turned towards her to figure out what was going on in her mind. Some sign. What is she playing at? She was taking off her jacket and pouches, leaving her body almost completely exposed. The bandages covering her upper thorax, her shoes and her shorts were the only things that hid parts of her body. When she was done, she turned to face me, narrowed her eyes and pouted, "Baker, I told you to take off your shirt. How do you expect me to heal you if I can't see the wound?" She placed a hand on her hip then carried on complaining. "Come on, we don't got all day," she snapped, rolling her eyes. And I narrowed mine at her. I didn't want to, but I did as she had said. If there was any chance of killing Danzo and me and you, how? I had to trust her. Good, she gave a closed-eye smile. Soon she placed one hand on my shoulder and the other scanned my upper body. I flinched as her warm, soft touch landed on my skin. She looked like she was searching for something until suddenly she just stopped. She brought her eyes widened to meet mine before trailing down to her waist. As I followed her gaze, "How is?" My hand was resting firmly on her abdomen before another thought I slowly pulled away. Me stuttering out like a fool didn't help. Why did my body act on its own? It had no reason to. She brought a closed-eye smile before transforming it into a sly grin. "Ha, you talk to me," she said, victory written all over her smile. Annoyance and anger had to be plastered on my features because if another comment as that slips, I don't care how much she'd cry. "Well, found the direct and first area of impact, just in case you're wondering," she said, her hand still resting on my shoulder and chest. "Okay, just so you know, this is going to hurt me way more than it's going to hurt you. So be happy." My eyes snapped to the door as it crashed against the floor. "See, I told you she's trying to seduce Sasuke." Karen knocked it down as she barged into the room, shouting, "So, that's why you wanted to be alone?" A cheeky smirk rose to the Anbu's face. He was probably more unbearable than Mia. "Why is he still here again? Didn't I tell them to kill him?" There was an awkwardly long silence. Mia stood up straight, her back facing me. She looked serious, as if there was something more to his remark. "That's why. Seriously. He's not my boyfriend, you stupid Temmie." She spat. "You just got it now," he retorted, a sweat dripped from his temple making me think that the two are not in the best terms with each other. It was something I picked up earlier, but I thought Mia was just being offensive to everyone at that moment. "What were you?" Karen looked angry. My only worry was that Mia and her don't start anything that would delay any unset plans. Don't mind her. She's a little upset about what she just saw. Suigetsu added to the flames, as usual, trying hard to make Karen more angry. "Why are you? Why is Sasuke?" Karen seemed too enraged and just ignored Suigetsu. It was a good thing I didn't want to deal with their childish behavior. "You guys are weird," Mia stated plainly. "You know, I would have been so very grateful to the beautiful soul that would have shown me so much mercy and make me stay outside, so I wouldn't be traumatized. Sadly, you all have brains made of mush and don't understand squat." She dramatized, feeding her ego in the process. She only used mildly offensive language when she was upset. Mia shrugged her shoulders. "So, stay if you want." Her hand fell to her hip, then one lashed in front as she twirled around. "But, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Her pupils began engulfing her eyes. She approached me and once again laid her hand on my chest. "Only for a second," she said. Then, a shot of pain rushed through my body. Just for a second. When my pain faded, I found Mia crouched on her knees and hands on the floor. My lips started to tremble instinctively. My heart raced. I wanted to get up and help, but that was out of the question. It took a great deal of control to stop myself. My heart sunk at the sight of her in that state. A huge hole had appeared on her back, blood dripping. The same exact spot where the Jinkriki had impaled me. The exact same spot, and it was the exact same wound. She absorbed the injury. She shuddered gasps. She was struggling to breath. My gaze found itself lowering to the floor. I couldn't stand to look at her in that state. There was nothing to do but to get up and leave the room. I couldn't help her, even if I wanted to. Ah, she shrieked, letting her breath catch up. I turned to look, her back appeared healed, it looked tender and delicate, it wasn't the hint of tan as the rest of her skin. She coughed, blood. Her body was trembling all over. She was weak, in pain, but she wasn't crying. I'd expected her to cry. Besides the lack of tears, one other thing drew my attention to her, causing my eyes to linger. How did she heal so fast? Before I realized it, her body finally gave in and she slowly fell to the ground. I can't help her. Closing my eyes for a moment, then pacing out the room. As I was halfway out the door, take care of her, I said to Karen before walking out. I sat down at the edge of the porch gazing upon the open sky. Not a minute had passed when another decided to interrupt my calm. You must really hate her, the shinobi Mia had introduced as an Anbu snickered. Not that it matters to me, but you'd think. Leave. I cut in. He was trying my patience the moment he opened his mouth. Didn't you? I was about to snap, when all of a sudden I heard shouting coming from within the room. Get away from me. This will help you. No. Get away. As the last words was heard, Karen flew past us, being tossed like nothing more than a worthless old shoe. She can't even hold against an injured shinobi. Why did I even let her join? I shook my head. Then there's Mia, always getting in the way and making matters much worse. This will not help me in what I want to achieve. I scoffed. The door creaks open and Mia walks outside, scorn on her face. Her weight holding onto her pet as she started walking away. Where do you think you're going? I said, more as a threat. None of your business. She retorted. She could barely walk. Every step she took allowed a groan of pain to escape her lips. She was doing a terrible job at hiding her agony. Naive. Why doesn't she understand? I walked over to her, grabbing a hold of her arm. Let me go, she demanded. She was too frail to pull away, but still she tried. Stubborn. I picked her up in my arms. She protested as I knew she would, but she couldn't do anything about it. I brought her to the room and laid her down on the bed. She opened her mouth to, most probably, snap at me. Shut up and rest. Don't make me tell you again, I warned, trying to take the least emotions from my words. As I walked away. Thank you, I heard her whisper. Just get better. I shook my head, nearing closer to him. Baker. I landed a peck on his forehead, my hand stroking his hair once before I pulled away. That action immediately softened his scornful look into a more pleasant, peaceful one. And all it took was a kiss. Thinking back, was it because of my birthday? Or did he just dislike me enough to toy with me? Still, my mind continued to ponder until that word appeared in my head one more time, kiss. My hand gently grazed my lip, remembering every sensation. I could feel all the blood rush to my cheeks. How can I even think that? My eyes lowered, ashamed of that feeling, those feelings, and only rose to take a glimpse at the sleeping perpetrator. He's just a friend, I concluded. Shaking the whole menace of a thought off, I started for the door and headed outside. Better go get some supplies from a nearby village. Karen. I couldn't sleep all night. That girl, Mia, with my Sasuke alone in that room together. Gah. I groaned, frustrated by the thought. I continued to pace back and forth on the porch, waiting for either of them to get out. All of a sudden, I realized Sasuke was alone in the room. And asleep. That was my chance to finally have Sasuke and I alone together without any disturbances, specifically from Suigetsu. Before I had a chance to turn the knob, an irritating thought just popped into my head. If that pipsqueak isn't in the room, then where is she? I raised an eyebrow, wondering where she could have gotten off to. Sasuke's not going to be happy if she got away, and we scratched that, I didn't have my eye on her. So I dropped my plans with Sasuke and went looking. She couldn't have gone far. I looked all over the place and wouldn't you know it, I found her in the last place I'd look. Finding her was the plan, but now that she was found, the question was, what was I going to do with her? It didn't take long for my brilliant mind to figure out what she had to do and what I was to do, and that was to make sure she keeps her grummy little self away from Sasuke. I knew the little curly-haired brunette. She was plating up a table of what looked like breakfast, and not only for herself. She's clever. Trying to win Sasuke and the team over with food and kindness. But I can see right through you. You won't be able to pull the wool over my eyes. Resting my hand on my hip and putting up the most intimidating look I could muster, give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you here and now. She turned her gaze away from her plating to meet mine. With a raised brow, just one. Her lips slowly pulled to a grin. She brought a hand up, leveled to my face, and I can give you 3. Her index finger rose from her fist. 1. I'm making you guys breakfast. It'd be completely rude and ungrateful to kill the cook. 2. Her index and middle fingers rose. Kill me. She chuckled. I'd really like to see you try. I've dealt with tougher ninja than you. And number 3, she stretched her grin wider, letting laughter escape through. I don't think Sasuke would be too happy if you killed me. She furrowed her eyebrows and pouted, challengingly, as if she wanted me to actually try and kill her, so Sasuke could throw me aside and never acknowledge my admiration towards him. Never going to happen, pipsqueak. In a second, she had the edge of a blade pressed against my neck. If you think you can scare me, you've got another thing coming, understand, she threatened. There was no way I would let her treat me that way. I slapped the blade from her hand. Her face fell to a scornful scowl before catching a glance at my own. Just like that, her brows furrowed in sympathy of what I couldn't tell, not until she pointed it out. A woman's body is sacred, she said in a soft, forgiving voice. Forgiving, as I guessed, because I'm pretty sure she thought that I shouldn't have acted the way I did, but who cares what she thinks? She brought up half a smile and her eyes lowered to the floor. At least that's what my mother used to tell me. Why is she telling me any of this? I honestly can't care less what her mother told her. She raised her head and cocked a brow. You know, scars on guys are cute. She continues, on a woman, marks and marks like those. Her eyes darted to my arm, then slowly raised back at mine, only translates to one thing in a person's mind, and that is, that woman is being used. Used? I could feel my blood boil. I wasn't being used. My team needed me. Sasuke needs me, so I do what I have to. Women are supposed to be flawless, graceful and daunting. Especially if she's a kunoichi. She added, as if she had infiltrated and killed and had a vast experience with the way a kunoichi is supposed to be. How else is she supposed to mess with a guy's mind? And that was it. I understood everything. She wanted to play with Sasuke's mind. She wanted to control Sasuke. Have him give up everything he's worked so hard on. Not on my watch. You can't and I won't let. And as if I were talking to myself, she ignored me and went on and interrupted me. Fat men are easy, she said in a half-whisper. It never takes long to gain the upper hand, and the funny part of the whole thing is that they actually think it's their idea, while the whole time it's a woman who's holding all the cards. She chuckles menacingly. I take a step back. What is wrong with her? A minute later, her chuckle turned into a sweetened laugh. Wow, I talk so much nonsense sometimes. She brought a wide grin up. I'm just kidding, but seriously, these, she said, then took up my arm from the wrist, revealing the several bites embedded on my skin. They truly meant nothing to me, to say the least. They were only a small reminder of everything I have to give to Suicide. They aren't pretty, she commented. Like I asked you. I tried pulling my arm away, but she was stronger than she looked. With one sentence, let me help you. A stinging pain gushed in, my eyes shut closed, and the discomfort disappeared as quickly as it had come. I opened my eyes to meet that girl who had continued on with what she was doing. However, I didn't fail to notice the bite marks that surfaced on her skin. The marks she stole from me. And of course she had to interrupt on that. Don't worry about it, she said, smiling sincerely. I won't. The only phrase that popped into my head. She continued by saying, they'll heal soon enough. Now, tell me, where's Katsuro? She asked, stopping all her work, balancing her weight on a chair and the other hand rested on her hip. Who? I was clueless as to who she was talking about. I don't know. Wait, is it that Anbu? The Anbu? She confirmed what I was thinking, but that reminded me. Of course I forgot. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a scroll. The only reason I agreed to give it to her was because of his threat. Otherwise I had no interest in playing messenger girl. Here, he said to give this to you. I rested my elbow under my folded arms, letting it dangle from my free hand. As she approached and her hand lifted to take it, what is it? She asked, observing the red-wrapped scroll in her hands. How should I know? He said you'll know what to do with it. I replied, you ain't interested it almost entirely. She hummed in wonder while she opened the scroll and started reading it. Temmie won't let me be. He's such a pain. She murmured, sounding frustrated. I couldn't blame her, the guy seemed like a real jerk. Hey, those scars haven't healed. I noticed as my eyes glanced at her arm. Huh? She asked, looking like I just pulled her out of her thoughts. Come to think of, she did look like she was thinking something while she read the scroll. A second later, she realized what I was saying and her gaze fell on them, her eyes narrowing on them, scornfully. These are Sasuke's, she declared, as a matter of factly. How does she know? How could she know? When she looked up, her expressions didn't change much. She glares at me. Moments later, like she just realized the slight contortion of her face, she softens up and smiles. What did you say? I stutter out unintentionally. I was confused. These are Sasuke's, aren't they? She asked, bringing up a smile that showed signs of nervousness. I can see that, but haven't they? Doesn't your body almost instantly heal? I asked. To the most, that was what I'd observed. If she could heal that quickly with a wound like Sasuke's, this should have been nothing to her. Not necessarily, she said, sheepishly, furrowing her eyebrows. Everything's not the same, and to be honest, I have only two theories I've been able to come up with as the reason. She stopped and paused. Well, I didn't have time for this. Sasuke was waiting for me. My first is his chakra just doesn't fit with mine, resulting in a slow-paced healing. It's either that or... She paused for a while. My body likes his chakra a little too much. She whispers while a sly grin formed on her face. She's crossing a line. My whole body stiffened in anger. She had to notice. She patted my shoulder. Hey, remember, most the things I say are usually to bug other people. Kate? Don't you have somewhere to be? I grumbled, trying to keep my cool. As a matter of fact, I do. She smiled, then heads off to wouldn't you know it back to Sasuke's room. What business does she have with him? Why can't she take a hint and leave? Hey, why don't you wake the others and tell them breakfast ready? She shouts out from the distance before completing disappearing out of sight. I don't think I'll be able to understand her. As long as she's gone today, I'll be fine. All I have to do now is get my stuff. I thought to myself, scurrying all over the room to locate my things. I look at the items at hand. Pouches check. Jacket check. Scroll check. Check. And check. I'm all set. I whisper, being extra careful not to wake Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, I quickly turn on my heels and head for the door. Completely forgetting, before I went into the room, I wrote something down on a piece of paper to give to Sasuke. Seeing as he was asleep, I went over to place it on the bed in front of him. I was almost to the door. Mia. His drowsy voice called. He probably wants to know about Danzo, that's all he'll ever care about. I turned and brought the paper over to Sasuke. Stern features once again shadowed his face. Immediately after placing the paper in his hand, I ran out. Something I didn't want to do was talk. For some reason, that scroll made me feel like I was betraying Sasuke. It was my mission, yes. It was something Sasuke wanted as well, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was deceiving him in some way. Before I could puff off, I was met with the rest of Sasuke's new team. Sasuke, of course, didn't take long to join. The food's poisoned, I'm sure of it. Sasuke, she's trying to poison us. Karen complained to Sasuke. And here I thought we were actually becoming friends. Or at least, good acquaintances. I had some respect for my friend, none of which was earned out of fear. Hence, her whining was completely pointless because it didn't seem like Sasuke cared much. If I wanted to poison you, I would have done it while you all were sleeping. I replied, nonchalantly. What's this? Sasuke asked, his brows knitted. He was holding up the paper, just enough for me to notice. I gave a closed-eye smile, instructions and coordinates. The Hokage really wants to meet you, I said, drawing a little closer. Why would she want to meet Sasuke? The orange-haired man inquired, skeptically. Jugo, the shark teeth guy, answered greetingly, pointing to Jugo with his thumb. Then to himself, I'm Suigetsu. And my friend raises a good question, it would better for you to answer him. He seemed friendly, but I'm really sure that last statement was a threat. Not that it mattered because I was going to explain anyways, the Hokage Danzo. So, if the Uchiha wishes to decline. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at me. I knew what he wanted and I'm sure he was getting angry because I didn't mention it in the first place, but what can I say? I like to annoy people sometimes, and regardless of my current feeling of guilt, that little habit always seemed to escape at the wrong time. Why would Danzo want to meet Sasuke? Karen asked, looking like she was getting really suspicious of me. Listen, I'm just here to pass on the message, I said. Realizing staying there any longer could get them in more trouble than me leaving, I decided to turn and go. I still had a deadline to meet. Before I could perform my infamous hand seals to puff out of there, where is this place? I heard Suigetsu ask. I shifted my head over my shoulder, somewhere, I mused, letting out a small laugh. Why don't you just tell us where? He huffed, clearly getting agitated. What would be the fun in that? I shrugged, then continued on with my hand seals. See you soon. It didn't take another second and I was away from Sasuke, his team and the beautiful morning light and into the cold darkness of the foundation. I approached the Hokage, bowed out of obligation. Everything is set, just as you requested, Hokage-sama, I said, humbly. I had to be humble, obligations were rules. Good. You'll be joining us and serve when your assistance is required, he said, practically commanding me on another mission. He wants to play it that way. Fine. Yes, Hokage-sama. Not part of my plan, but okay. Sure, so what? Danzo went back on his word, like Ika said. That gave me all the reason more to kill whatever remorse, guilt I might have had when the time finally came. It was also hard to contain myself. It was hard to humbly agree to Danzo's command, but I had to. I also had to keep reassuring myself that it would all soon be worth it. I wandered around not so aimlessly in the forest to take care of some personal errands. The oh-so-generous Danzo-sama gave me limited time before we were to set off. If Sasuke fails, there is always Plan B. I mused, feeling my cheeks lift as a big grin pulled at my lips. What I planned to do was probably the definition of evil, at least in my dictionary, but it was high time someone made them pay. Revenge is a dish better served cold, right? Hit them when they're least expected and hit them hard. I paused in my tracks, he won't get away with this, I thought, relaxed by the lush greenery and the welcoming breeze. My eyes gazed up at the sun, peeking through the leaves. For the Uchihas. My eyes slowly shut for a moment, pursing my lips, taking a deep breath. For Uncle. No more tears. Few seconds of silence passed by. Right? I asked, and I knew she was listening. She couldn't get past me and she knew that. Yet, she still tried. Shifting my head to face where I sensed her chakra. Correction, the essence of my chakra. Did she really think I wouldn't notice? Shini-chan, how long? I asked, my brow cocked up to the last word. Shini-chan, being the annoying companion she was and the only one I couldn't convince myself to hate, just didn't answer. How long are you going to be up there? I asked her, making myself more clear. Like a flash, she appeared in front of me. I'm glad you're getting used to your new body, I said with a closed-eye smile, probably being a little sarcastic because I noticed the annoyed look on her face. Don't even start with me, you little Akarusa. She spat, her features contorting in anger. Akarusa? Yes, I'm an Akarusa. She makes it sound like she just cursed me with my own clan name. You know, Akarusa isn't labeled as a bad word, right? I was being a little extra smart, but it's okay. Being a know-it-all and an occasional sarcastic kunoichi was fun. Plus, I've learned it seems to annoy a lot of people, which is good. I can always use the extra laugh. Life's a learning experience, you just gotta roll with it. That's basically the reason why I became an informant. Knowing things, especially gathering information, makes life a lot easier. This is all your fault. This human body is dreadful. Emotional. Painful. Tiring. You did this purposely. She shouted, scolding me. Rage was written all over her face. Like it wasn't enough torture to be sent on another mission by Danzo. Yes, I'm complaining. That man deserves nothing but a suffering and fitting end. And to have to deal with a belly-aching spirit was something I just didn't have the time for. Yet, now I have Shinny-chan yelling at me for something she wanted in the first palsy. It made me think how ungrateful she was. Then there was Aika and all her hard work. I did warn you. I said, nonchalantly, shrugging my shoulders, then turning around and heading back on my way through the forest. I did warn her was as much as I could have done at that moment, but to be completely honest, separating her from my body was actually for my benefit. The thought of having a spirit nagging away all the time and at everything I did wasn't fun. But admittedly, I did miss her. So that's it. That's all you have to say. She shouted, a hint of worry tinted her words. Why does she have to make it sound like I just broke up with her? I literally had nothing else to say. There's definitely nothing wrong with her if she could appear in front of me as quick as she did. She looked great, she seemed like a capable kunoichi, what can be wrong with that? Go back to the village, I said. Not intending to pay any more attention to her, I ignored her, took a deep breath and was about to dash off when... Why? They are all waiting for you. I heard her scoff. That remark had an adverse effect on me. Instead of lashing out, every thought, feeling, action, movement came to a brief standstill. Everything I didn't expect to happen to me. I know you promised them. I took the liberty of continuing for her in a soft, composed voice that I would go back to visit, not to stay. I corrected her unspoken words. Whether I stayed in the village or did my own thing anywhere else shouldn't have been anyone else's concern but mine. Hence, the separation between the two of us. It did kinda sound like we had broken up. Weird. I revolved back to her. I knew exactly where she was going with it and I wasn't one to back down unless, of course, I was in the complete wrong. Before I could respond. Really? Your friend, Naruto, seemed pretty convinced that you wouldn't leave again once you went back. She stated, looking at me like she was the know-it-all. I can't. I admitted. Konoha wasn't my home anymore and very soon I'll have no further ties to it. Well, he's wrong. I can never go back there. I held to my word and I made sure it was obvious in my tone. What about a place where you have people who are willing to put their lives on the line for you? The feeling of a dagger being jabbed into my heart was the only thing I could experience. The one stubborn tear stinging my eye, begging to be freed, was restrained by a harsh and necessary reality. I don't belong there. If this were any other situation, my answer may have been different, I said coldly, almost emotionlessly. But they are fine. They don't need me. Why would they? Their life was perfectly fine without me. My life wouldn't be if I go back there. I had no more purpose there. I wonder if they sent Shinny to me. This is still about the Uchiha, isn't it? She inquired, making it sound like it was. I had no idea what would make her bring up Sasuke, but I was 100% sure that my answer solely concerned the Uchihas, my uncle and everyone else who died because of Konohagaku's arrogance and their endless strive to withhold their power. That's why I refused to go back there. I declared before carrying on my way to my destination. That's all fine and dandy, but tell me this, Mia, you went to meet Sasuke, didn't you? It was a rhetorical question, I knew it. Her meeting me at that point didn't make any sense to me to begin with. I give her a simple task and she can't even do that correctly. She followed me here, then questions my actions. I didn't need that right now. I don't need anyone lecturing me. Your arms bears bites, that's why they haven't healed. Am I correct? She asked, again knowing full well the answer to her own question. Looking down at my arms. What's it to anyone? I huffed. Good deeds had always backfired on me. It seemed like I was always getting scolded for doing something good. I shook my head. No, I lied. My voice came out pretty innocent if you had asked me. I thought maybe lying to her was the best way to make her go away. You're lying. She responded, confidently. Backfired tilde. One thing almost everyone knew about me, not sure Shinny did though, was that I'm a qualified Anbu, a capable shinobi and an unquestionable kunoichi. My decisions weren't always right and hard to make, but I had always been able to come up with a plan if my first one failed. And sometimes it's the simplest ones that work the best. Says you, I retorted. Not my best comeback, I admit, but something was better than nothing. You smile when you lie. She explained, looking extremely satisfied with her answer. Give her a medal. I was in a very sarcastic mood. Smiling while lying was new to me, however, I never noticed it before. I didn't even know I was smiling at that moment. Regardless, I couldn't let her catch my fib. Lucky for me, Shinny-chan held no real threat. So, I smiled because of how ridiculous it sounded. I retaliated. The whole discussion was sounding more and more like she was interrogating me. I don't have time for this. I huffed. Listen, the only reason I care is because if you're gone, I'm gone. She spat, looking away from me, folding her arms. Her hazel hair blocked the view of her face, so I couldn't see her expression. I was truly touched. No, not really. Her concern for my well-being is honestly hypocritical. The thing was, I was trying to get medical help, if you can call it that, but she kept going on and on, as if she knew what was actually happening, therefore stopping me from actually receiving the necessary help I needed. And here I thought you actually cared about my relationships, I said with false joy laced in my words. Stop playing around and find a solution, she scolded, snapping her head towards me, commanding me. As if my life didn't have enough people telling me what to do. Getting bossed around was the worst. That was mainly the reason I had almost always been rebellious and focused more on the things I found important. To what? I entertained her worry. She looked like she was going to explode any moment. To your arm, till she plaited her hand straight and motioned to herself, but mainly the new body, this. I've had confirmation, she was angry. I am, and I already have. I said, waving my hand in a not interested manner as I turned to leave. I'm wasting so much time. You have no solution, do you? She questioned my knowledge. Nobody does that unless they are completely certain I was flat out wrong. I stopped and pondered on an appropriate reply. I had none. Might as well give her what she wants. Shinny wasn't someone I would usually hurt, but... I pulled out one of my daggers from its carrier. Mia, what do you think you're doing? She stood firmly, arms crossed and narrowing her eyes at me. She was questioning me again. I knew very well what I was doing and what had to be done. When will she learn? I shook my head as I slowly paced towards her. Mia. She glared at me, as if to warn me. To warn me, if I try anything, she might attack, and she probably would have too. Gosh, she's so winny. But I had a plan, all right. A plan that would end whatever so-called suffering she went through in a human body. I positioned the dagger properly, aiming for her stomach. You see, we receive our chakra from one particular spot. Hers was her solar perplex. That's where she and I alike focus to release extreme amounts of chakra. This will be quick, I promise. I said, before going in for the kill, figuratively speaking, of course. I sensed everything in my surrounding, feeling all of nature breath into one harmony. Focusing really helped my senses to flare up and helped me control chakra better, but as I did, I caught a hold of a nearby chakra source. Somebody's watching us. I turned my head, started scanning the area, shifting my gaze from tree to tree, trying to pinpoint the exact location. I straightened up when the movements finally came to a halt. The man, cloaked in brown, looked down upon me from a nearby tree branch. Long time, no see. His voice hissed. His face hidden under his hood. He knows me. But who? I didn't recognize his chakra, but his voice did sound vaguely familiar. He hopped down from the tree and stood there, feet away from me. He stood inches taller than me, making me less intimidating and more intimidated. My hand clenched onto the blade tighter, and it took me less than a second to hit my mark. I turned my head over my shoulders. What was all Shin-chan said before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Now that she is out of the way. Phew, Tilda, I let out a short sigh. I'm glad it worked. You little. What do you mean? Not now, Shin-chan, we have company. Blocking my second spirit out, which is only possible when she's stuck in my subconscious, I began focusing on the threat at hand. Who are you? She asked, making sure my voice sounded tough and stern. My eyes narrowed as I glared at the man. He let a laugh, muffled by his closed mouth. You asked me to meet you. Remember? No, I don't remember calling a creepy cloaked guy to come meet me. That would be weird. I didn't know you would stoop to this. You have two perfectly handsome young men back in the ville. Please be quiet, I'm trying to recall whether or not I called for a creepy cloaked man. Do I even know any more creepy? Allow me to refresh your memory, he said before removing his hood from over his head. Glasses, scales, a tail, distorted face. Kabuto. I couldn't believe it. What did he do to himself? Fulfilled his dream of becoming a snake. It's not a snake, more like a crocodile or lizard. That doesn't matter, why did you ask him to meet you? Do you have a plan? I gleamed, finally remembering the purpose of his visit. That's why I came, he said indifferently, pushing his glasses back from the bridge of his nose. I nodded once. Good. Wait, what plan? What are the two of you talking about? All in due time, my dear Shin-chan. Making the necessary hand signs, shadow clone technique. Another lovely me appeared in a cloud of smoke. This is really a bad time. I have some important things to take care of and a limited amount of time to complete them in. I informed, not really for his approval, just to let him know. I see, so you decided to waste my time as well. He scoffed. Another person to disappoint. Yay, Tilda. Frankly, I didn't care. You're the one with the bad timing. I asked you to meet me weeks ago. I scolded, clearly annoyed by his inability to understand my situation. This isn't professional. Thinking of which, I hope he doesn't expect to get paid. Whatever, I let him slide, just once. Take my clone with you, she'll be just enough help, I commanded. Kabuto looked so different and completely intimidating. I felt like I had to be stern with him, just so he didn't notice the fear chopped in my throat. It's better if you come personally, he suggested. This is a tattoo we are talking about, he reminded me, pulling up the creepiest grin I've ever seen in my life. Then there's my amazing Nii-san. Perfect in every way, and not the least bit weird or creepy. I still wondered how people thought a tattoo fitted into Akatsuki in the first place. Coming back to the matter at hand. I made a promise to myself when I realized how selfish I was being by staying in that calm, peaceful village. I still had every intention in fulfilling that promise. Listen, if I come with you, I'd be dead in less than a day. I don't have the capability of helping you if I don't take care of a few things at hand. Hence, you'll have 2 dead bodies to deal with, I explained, being careful as to what I said in front of him. That's fine. I can use the extra body for my recent experimentation. That joke wasn't funny. To be honest, I wasn't even sure he was joking. He always had experimented with dead bodies, why would mine be any different? The thought itself brought chills down my spine, but it was also enraging. He didn't just. I felt angry. Being Kabuto's lab rat was never part of the plan. Well, it's not fine with me, I spat, folding my arms in front of me. Very well, take this, he said, with what seemed to be slight disappointment. He was serious. He handed me a brown-covered notebook. I took the book in my hand, curious to know what was inside. What's this? I asked, not literally. I knew it was a notebook. My uncle had tons of them. They are still placed in one of his homes, if I recalled correctly. I was reluctant to open it for a second when Kabuto finally replied. The Akatsuki members' stats. Their history, their abilities, motives and childhood pictures, the ones I could dig up, that is. He explained. Receiving something like that at that moment seemed useless. There was no reason for me to worry about the Akatsuki now, especially since Pain's dead. They are dead, aren't they? So what use is this to me now? I asked, handing him back the book. You haven't been in touch with the outside world lately, have you, Amaya? There are still 3 left. He corrected. I hummed. The first page I opened to was some stats about, wouldn't you know it, or Orochimaru. But instead of analysis anything about him, the thought that emerged in my mind were, if he wouldn't have taken Sasuke when we were genin, we wouldn't be in such a deep mess. If I would have refused when he hired me to try and Sasuke, I wouldn't wait. Good old ancient Orochimaru always made a little mess out of everything. He did things that lasted even after his death. That was his legacy, but if only it were more of a positive one. A little saddened by his death. He wasn't all that bad, and all the information that I just glanced through proved that. Kabuto, why did Orochimaru hire me to train Sasuke? I asked, currently remembering that it was stranger than usual of him to hire someone without any prior motive or benefit. You trained with Haku. And you did very well with the reserved stubborn boy. Orochimaru saw it as a good idea to hire you to train with Sasuke. He also found it as a clever joke, seeing as Haku almost killed Sasuke on Team 7's first C-rank mission. Haku almost killed Sasuke. I trained with Haku because I was ordered to. Sasuke could have been dead right now. Why am I finding this out now? Tilda, I forgot how annoying you can be. Don't fret. You couldn't possibly have known any of this. Kabuto was the last person I would think would try to console me. I didn't. That's wrong on my part. I should have known. My body stiffened, face fell. Just the thought was enough to allow a single tear to stray. Do you do this a lot? Concerning yourself with things that are done and gone? He inquired, quite emotionlessly. How else do I know not to make the same mistakes? He chuckled. You're quite foolish then. He stated. He turned around to leave, but as soon as he did I got this weird feeling like I was forgetting something. Kabuto, one more thing. I called out. Turning around to look at me, I asked, who was Orochimaru's source? Who did he get that information about me from? That I don't even know. He said, plainly, and went on his way, taking my clone with him. So, where are we headed? Why can't you just quietly come along? Recollect your memory, you ruined your chance for that a while ago. Now you're stuck. Again. Headache, why parasite? I heard that. So love drop, what brings you here? Asked Ryo, pacing towards me, stopping in front of his desk. You know how to heal, right? I said, rather seriously. The wound concealed by medium-sized Ojira on my lap. You know who I am, right? Of course I do. He replied, certainly, folding his arms and leaning against the desk. Revealing the bites. I expected him to make some subtle remark at a perverted joke when he saw the bite marks, but instead his face fell to a more serious look. His eyes narrowed and his lips thinned to a straight line. His nostrils flared up a little, which got me digging my body away and deeper into the chair. His evident anger was getting to me. What's gotten? Who did that to you? He asked, emphasizing on each word. Why is he so upset? Ryo, what's wrong? She asked. Like I didn't already know the answer. His anger was obviously because he knew why the marks hadn't healed yet. He also knew Sasuke was one of the 2 of the out-of-family members that I would allow this to happen to me. Mia, how can you do something like this? He scolded, standing up and towering over me. Like what? I inquired innocently. I had never seen Ryo angry and I didn't think I wanted to either. We told you to stay away from him. He grumbled, lowering his gaze away, looking like he was really trying to control himself. That kind of scared me a bit. Him. Like I mentioned, he meant Sasuke. Everyone kept on telling me to stay away from him. Believe me, I would if I could, but that wasn't even an option for me anymore. I couldn't figure out why and I never understood why, but I think there's definitely something about Sasuke that attracts me. I know it's wrong, it was something I had come to realize that I know Sasuke might most likely not feel the same way, but it was how I felt that mattered to me most. People have been telling me it and I just brush it off, but I can't be away from him. No matter how much I want to, no matter how far I go, no matter how long it takes, I kept finding myself incapable of avoiding the Uchiha. I can't stay away from him, so might as well embrace the feeling, right? He took my arms up, roughly. "What's wrong with you?" he yelled, shaking at it in the process. "Listen, before you get one of your bright ideas. I absorbed an Uzumaki's wounds, that's what these are." I defended. My family already had issues with the outer family, specifically Sasuke. I would do anything to keep him safe. Oh, he calmed down a bit. "What Uzumaki?" He raised a brow skeptically. "Uzumaki Karen, you don't know her. The redhead who's part of Sasuke's new team?" he asked, as if he did. My eyes widened slightly. "How did?" "The bites are weakening your seal," he pointed out. "What?" "Then heal them quick," I suggested, stretching both my arms out for him to heal. He shook his head, sitting in front of me, folding his arms again and leaning on his desk. "I'm disappointed, Mia. We've already explained this to you. Don't make me say it again. Get this through. Stay away from Uchiha Sasuke, understand? Stay away from Sasuke." I've repeated blankly. Why couldn't I comprehend something as simple as that? "Exactly." He nodded. "I can't. It's not possible." "Of course it's possible. You managed well for 2 years. You can do for another 50. He advised. Was he joking, because I couldn't really tell? "Why?" I inquired. Another question that held no purpose because the answer was as clear as day. It was just silly me who kept asking those trivial, demeaning questions. "Pain, that's all he is able to cause you. That's all you'll experience with him. You aren't destined to be with him, even as friends," he reminded, hurt by every word he said. It was obvious in the way he spoke, the way his brows furrowed, the way his features frowned. He was definitely worried and upset. Lowering my eyes to meet the floor, I chuckled softly. If that were true, then I'd be dead by now. I wouldn't have lasted these 11 years, because I hate pain. I can't stand it. It shatters me into more pieces than you know of, but Sasuke has never been the cause of any of it. I stated clearly and defensively. "Mia, I'm saying this because I care about you." Love drop. "Stop this nonsense before it's too late," he continued to warn, but I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept being away from Sasuke, at least not as long as I had a say in it. "What are you saying?" "You won't understand." "Make me understand then." We argued on. Both hurt by the other, neither willing to give in. "You know what, forget about it." He turned away and went back to sit in his chair. "Forget about it? You tell me something like that and expect me to just forget about it?" "No, Instead of telling Shinny to go back to Konoha, you should have gone yourself. At least, you'll be far away from the Uchiha." He interrupted, yet again. I barely took the time to think as my words just retorted back to give a quick response. I needed to show him that he couldn't just shut me up by constantly cutting in. Yeah, and I'd have the whole village hate and fear me because of some rumor about a curse. That seems like the logical thing to do. He didn't reply, just sat back in his chair and stared at me, narrowing his eyes. Observing me. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. The words he spoke next seemed to slice not just the air, but my heart. It wasn't a rumor. "Relinquish your weapons, Amaya." "Danzo-sama?" I questioned. His command was an odd one, to say the least. "Do as I say and then follow me," he commanded. So I obeyed. I obeyed because if I didn't, I had to deal with 2 of his goons. I gave one of them all my weapons, which only included my blades, and went on to follow Danzo in that heavily structured stone place near the bridge. I soon found out as I followed him in, leaving the rest out of sight. "Well?" he asked, as if I was supposed to be reporting further. "Well?" I repeated, a bit of a blank. I didn't know what he wanted me to say. If he had a question, why not simply ask instead of wanting me to guess? He's coming, if that's what concerns you. I was cut off in the middle of my sentence. I know he is. I merely wanted to give you a chance to explain yourself. I narrowed my eyes and my brows furrowed. I don't follow. I shook my head, puzzled by the strange man's false moment of kindness. I knew, when it came to Danzo, everything was a catch and nothing was just simply him being merciful upon anyone. I think you do, young Akarusa. He replied, confident that would get a reaction from me. I snapped to it when he mentioned my clan name. He wanted me to be confused and maybe even scared that he knew me. Just a part of me. I'm not surprised, Sadarobi must have told you of my origin. I replied, unmoved in the least by his sudden revelation of knowledge. Who knew how long he had kept? Actually, he didn't. He was, however, the one to suggest you join the Anbu, being very specific of your abilities. He explained, drawing one step closer, as to threaten me, but sadly it always took more than an old man wrapped in bandages to intimidate me. I figured as much. I figured he would mention it someday, but why today? For whom do you hold your loyal ties? I would be lying if I said to you. I smirked because it was just a funny thought. If I had ever been loyal, honest, and never straying from his orders, the world would have been in a worse condition than it was. Many would have been locked away or even dead, simply because of ill-supplied information, which wasn't my duty at the time, just to be clear. I knew you were a spy. He stated out of what seemed pure suspicion. I thought maybe having to find out about me all on his own must have made him more questioning to my purpose to the root, but the only thing was, I didn't know how long he knew. It could have been yesterday, weeks, months, or even right from the beginning. Isn't that what an informant is? Isn't that what a ninja is? Nothing more than a spy. I responded confidently. Your loyalties. He didn't shout, but it seemed as he wanted to. Even if he was a good 10 feet away from me, I knew he wanted me to fear him. I knew he wanted to find out once and for all from whom I do what I do. Though it shouldn't have been such a big mystery to anyone. They lie to one person. He glared at me, patiently awning for me to mention who, so he could finally rid me off the face of the planet. I knew that was what he wanted. I knew him long enough to know if I weren't loyal to Konohagakure, then there was no point in me with all the intel I had gained, or for me to even live, as a precaution to ensure the villagers' safety. Myself. Whatever I do for myself. And Konoha? He inquired, as Konohagakure was the most important thing to him. I never cared to be loyal to the village. I didn't mind at all stating it to his face. He forgets who I am. At first it really didn't make a difference to me, but you changed my perspective. What you did made me hate the village you claimed to sacrifice for. So, Itachi has betrayed us after all. He gave you the intelligence on the massacre. He, like his brother, will forever be known as a disgrace to their family, and befittingly, it will be marked on their graves. He declared, but honestly, betrayal such as that, even if weren't true, I admit though he'd be more mad about it. If he wasn't, I sure was. The Uchihas were my family away from family. My home away from home. How could I just stand there and let him say whatever he wanted? I didn't. I stomped a step forward. What? If any, I tried to at least, I was once again cut off. The two Uchiha brothers, you and anyone who associates or favors your actions, they will be written off as nothing more than traitors to Konoha and its alliances. He stated, like I really cared about what Konoha or the ailing villagers thought. It was what I knew that mattered. At least we are honest and admit to what we are. It was unnecessary, but just came out meaning to be sarcastic. Just to lay way to my following comment. But what about you, Danzo? What does that make you? A hero? A leader? A willing martyr? He didn't reply. His lips slid into a thin line and his eyes narrowed, even more if possible. If you asked me, none of the above, I began, just a coward, a thief, an actor. I took a short pause waiting for a reply. After realizing I wasn't going to get one, I continued to poke the topic. You've never done anything courageous, you would never sacrifice yourself, in fact you hide in a corner commanding all who are willing to follow. Let's call them Anbu and put them in the root, brainwash them to think you have all the superior knowledge, and what do you get? Lackeys to do your bidding. Not everyone blindly follows you, Danzo, and if not me, not Sasuke, then someone someday will bring everyone you wronged justice. I threatened, making that very clear in the way I spoke the last sentence. Are you finished? He smirked, trying to look unmoved. Ha, you wish. I'm just getting started. I spat, starting at another topic I knew he'd react to. You're not even a real Hokage. More like a Hokage by default. His face fell, like seriously the only reason you were able to take up the position was because of me. I sounded like a bully, but that's what I could do, get under people's skin and extract a horrible and or traumatizing part of their past. You really can't do anything on your own, I stated. My hands clenched into fists. If I weren't such a lady, that man would have been lying on the ground, flat on his face, a long time ago. Yes, I'm a traitor, spy, monster. I am not a weapon, but I will do everything in my power to bring Konoha to its knees. I threatened and made it clear I was. I will burn Konoha to the ground with the very fire it claims to possess, with the very sacrifices it throws into that flame, and I will make its glow more beautiful than any of the Hokages combined. It'd be pure, not fueled with blood. You want to talk about dishonor and sacrifices? He chuckled. You still haven't asked me about your uncle, Akarusa Hideyoshi. Facing him at a time like that, I was able to keep myself calm, knowing that all that I was, and admitting to it too, I still was a better person than him. But bringing my uncle into the topic was low and definitely a desperate attempt to phase me. Ha, I haven't even begun to fight and is already stooping to such a level. I laughed at how ridiculous he was being. It was just sad seeing him as the only replacement for Tsunade-sama. At least the lady had class. I already know everything I need to despise you. How much more hate do you want? Would you like to know something else? What? The truth. What can you possibly tell me that I don't already know? I was an informant for the Anbu, for crying out loud, and above that I personally knew Uncle. What could Danzo possibly tell me that would make me question anything else? We didn't order the killing of Akarusa Hideyoshi, he said plainly. Okay, maybe that. Admittedly, that was unexpected to hear, but it didn't make it true. Liar. Getting cold feet already? I taunted. How you wish I were lying. PLA Lise, don't give me that. I know my uncle knew the truth. He knew what you were planning to do with the Uchihas, that's why you ordered to have him gone. It's true, he did uncover what I set out to do, but for us to have him finished off, would have a bigger problem to face, the Hikari village. Who then? Who else could command Itachi to kill my uncle? To ask the least, who else had a bone to pick with my uncle? Everyone loved him. No one would want him dead besides you. Why don't you ask your family that? What would they have to tell? Why they wanted Akarusa Hideyoshi dead? Why they traded your uncle's life with yours? Why they put forward a deal that stated you could remain with Konoha as long so as Hideyoshi is dead? Those are just a few questions you should ask if you want to know the truth. That made little to no sense at all. Itachi told me Uncle sacrificed himself for me, but it had nothing to do with the Akarusa's village. There wasn't a way that would convince me that Itachi didn't tell me the truth and that crazed old man was. You know it all to be true, admit to it and finally pledge your devotion to Konoha. Uncle, what happened? Why are you late? I lost track of time. He states with a smile, ruffles my hair, then walks to his room. Tilda. Uncle, you look so tired. Were you crying? I'm just fine, my Mitsuki. He picks me on his lap, kisses the back of my head. They are just allergies. He reassures me. Uncle never had allergies before. Tilda. Uncle. What happened to you? Who did this to you? Don't worry, my Mitsuki. I just fell out a tree in an attempt to help a passerby. It's no big deal. I just need some rest, okay? I nod, okay, but be more careful next time. I didn't expect that kind of clumsiness from you. Well, all you know how to do is lie, Tilda, I commented, snapping myself back from the weird memories. I needed to convince myself that everything that I just recalled was no more than a strange coincidence, and Uncle, in fact, was telling the truth every time and not just making up some excuse to hide things from me. But the more I pondered at the thought, the more it formed into doubt. No, I shook my head. How can I doubt Uncle for something this man's saying? Does it make you feel better knowing you and him are a lot alike? He wasn't the person he led others to believe. He has a past that has been buried long before his passing. What are you trying to accuse my uncle of, anyway? I spat, venting all my anger at him. What befits him, of course, he said, smiling contentedly at my outburst. My eyes stunned. My vision blurred, tearing in the process. Danzo went too far, bringing my family into it in the first place, and that even none less my uncle. You're a weak, deceitful man, unworthy of the position as Hokage. You are not going to return back to Konoha, not without a say-so from me. Are you trying to frighten me? He chuckled, enjoying the pain obvious in my fawn. No, I'm informing you of your reality. Raised my chakra, focused. My eyes still stunned. I could barely see a thing, but I was more than capable of sensing him, though something stopped me from putting him under a genjutsu. I was unarmed, but willing to do whatever it took to make sure he didn't get out of there with all his sanity. You have brought Konoha, Hikari and your family to great shame, Mia. Shame your face. Most of all, your uncle. He didn't realize what I was capable of doing. He didn't know how far I was willing to go to make him pay for what he did. He didn't know I was competent enough to destroy his whole world. The pain in my eyes only grew. My vision only fogged more. I felt a blade slice through my skin, but I saw Danzo, or what seemed like Danzo's figure, in front of me. The numbing headache overtook my attention. I could feel Danzo in one place, but I could see a blurry figure that looked like him attack me as well. I fell to my knees, enduring the pain that I knew would heal within the minutes. I waited for my time to strike, but before I could get the opportunity, I heard a loud groan of pain. What's going on? I can't see anything. At first I thought Sasuke had arrived, but not being able to sense him, I quickly dropped that notion and thought something else. Maybe I'm the one causing the pain. The thought only came to me when I realized Danzo wasn't altering or increasing his chakra in any way. My breath hitched as another slash from the cold blade met my body. Then who's doing this? Another thought was, if all that was happening beyond my vision wasn't me, then who? Who could be capable of hiding their chakra from my senses so well? The whole ordeal was agonizing. My vision only got worse to the point I couldn't distinguish anything in front of me. It was all a blur. Fuzzy and frosty blur. What am I going to do? I felt myself being lifted from the ground and tossed in the air. After that came a barrage of attacks that only ceased when a numbness began to crawl from my feet up to the rest of my body. I slammed on the ground, not having a clue to what just happened. Closing my eyes for a moment, my surrounding became more clear. I opened my eyes to the light of day. The large wall to which I laid on cheek to rubble stood tall and firm over a small clearing of the bridge. When I looked over, I didn't see Danzo. I saw Sasuke and Sakura and Karen lying face down on the ground. I wonder if Sakura... I crawled over to the edge and hid behind a big rock. I wanted to listen in on what they were saying. Once I did get in position, it was like they stopped talking. Sakura held her kunai in her hands, firmly gripping it to her chest. Sakura, don't. I whispered, praying she wasn't really going to kill Karen. If I just kill Sasuke, it can all end here. I heard Sakura's voice, but I didn't see her lips move. Well, it's good she has her head on straight. Right, Mia. Only one person. Eiji, I struggled to turn. Don't strain yourself, your chakra's really low. But what are you doing here? Eiji, appearing there all of a sudden, was baffling if you'd asked me. I never even sensed him there. He wasn't there a moment ago. I was going to ask him, but Sasuke suddenly trying to kill Sakura caught my attention faster. Sasuke! I wanted to shout out, but all that managed out was a meek cry. Kakashi-sensei managed to save Sakura in the nick of time. I was still too far off to hear anything they were saying. Soon, Naruto joined too. I had to wait it out. If I had gone down there that moment, I would have a lot of explaining to do. When Sasuke departed from the area, I advised Eiji, go back to the village. I'll be right there. I thought, but didn't get a reply. Eiji. I turned to look back, but he wasn't there. That's strange. Where did he get off to? I let it go and followed Sasuke. I was feeling a little better. Sasuke. I called out, and to which he stopped. Where were you? He questioned. Where was I? Where were you? I retorted, slowly pacing towards him. Honestly, I didn't know what went on in that time of blindness. I didn't know how to explain something that I failed to understand. He looked worn out, though gradually I was getting better. He pulled out something from his purple ropes. I didn't notice it before, but it was a lavender-colored handkerchief twisted with the rope binding around his waist. He came over to me and placed it in my hand. I was really confused as to why he handed it to in the first place. Wipe your face, he commanded ish. I couldn't tell if he was being considerate or bossy. He turned his back, then walked off. My face. I opened the hanky up. It was the same handkerchief that I tried to embroider when I was little. His mother attempted to teach me how, but seeing as I failed miserably, I couldn't understand why he would have kept it. Flashback. Mikoto-san, what's this? Excited to see a cream-colored embroidered cloth, Mia asked. Something I put together. Sasuke has one too. Mikoto pats the hyperactive little girl on the head. He does. She thought, and before you know it. Sasuke. Mia screams all through the house, running all around searching for the raven-haired boy, all the while waving the handkerchief on top of her head. The sight brought a smile to the mother of the Uchiha, and when her beloved younger son was practically being dragged by the arm by his little counterpart, she couldn't help but feel happy at her pouting stubborn son and his over-enthusiastic friend. What do you want, Mia? He stubbornly grumbled, folding his arms. Look what Mikoto-san made me. She gleed, showing off a gift. The floral swirls and the Akarusa clan symbol perfectly decorated the small cloth, the brimming carefully stitched into delicate binds, holding the cloth together so it doesn't fall apart. So, Sasuke shrugged. Mama made me one too, he said, pulling his out of his pocket. Simple, yet one thing set it apart: the Uchiha symbol embroidered in the center, and truthfully that was all it needed to make it perfect. Oh, Mia awed. She then slowly turned to Mikoto-san, pouty and with puppy eyes. Do you think, maybe, if it's not too much trouble, maybe, if it's possible, if you have time, if it's not too much to ask, you don't have to. Get to the point already. What do you want to tell? Sasuke got impatient. Can you teach how to make this? Mia asked, raising the handkerchief up in front of her face and holding onto each corner presentably. Of course, dear. Mikoto ruffled the little girl's hair and softly pinched her cheek. Yay. I can't wait to tell Uncle. And soon I will designing so many hankies for everyone. She cheered, especially you, Sasuke-kun. She promised, hardly able to contain her joy. She ran off, out to tell her uncle. Sasuke pouted, cheeks puffed and all. He was soon taken into his mother's arms and soothed into a nap. I don't know if you noticed this, but I think she likes you, Sasuke, she whispers to the sleeping child in her arms. He kept it. My brain pounding against my skull, the aching feeling flooding into my head. It took a moment for me to open my eyes. My vision was blurry at first, and the bright light startled my eyes. As they adjusted to the white, I realized where I was in a hospital. Instantaneously, Naruto hovered over my head, grinning from ear to ear. He definitely looked happy, which made me feel happy. I couldn't understand what he was saying. It seemed my senses were taking their time to settle. I shakily attempted to sit up, gripping both sides of the hospital bed for support. Hospitals. I hated the very thought of being in one. I hated being admitted to one. It made me feel so darn useless. Naruto noticed my attempt and lent me a hand. I smiled and nodded with half-lidded eyes. Why do I feel so drained? This never happens. All of a sudden a shot of pain gushed through my body, piercing at my waist. I looked down to check and saw bandages. How? What? Why hasn't? Questions after questions went off in my head. I jabbered onto myself until... Be careful, you'll tear your stitches, Sakura advised, bringing in a tray with some fruits and what smelled like tea. Being a little nice to me doesn't change anything. I couldn't erase that memory, and I couldn't forgive her for it either. How could she even have thought of such a thing to begin with? Didn't she love Sasuke? Or was it because she loved him she tried killing him? If she couldn't have him, no one can kind of thing. There was really no excuse for what she did or attempted to do. I could have lost Sasuke. Yes, even though he's recently been through some things and has lost a lot too. Of course he was going to act the way he does, who wouldn't? This was his family we were talking about. And if Konoha thought that they can do whatever they wanted to keep their village safe, why couldn't Sasuke do what he wanted to stick by his family when they themselves couldn't do anything about it? What right did Konohagakure have that Sasuke didn't? He actually had more right. After all, he is one of the founding fathers' descent and only heir from his clan. Sasuke. I took in a deep breath. Still haven't gotten over that boy, have you? No. Well, no argument. You must be pretty upset. That, and I think I realized something. Don't tell me. I love him. I told you not to tell. Oh, you were serious. Doesn't matter, what's with the sudden confession? You've always denied it before. That's the thing, I denied it. But it was something he did yesterday that made me realize it. He enjoyed killing Danzo. Or stabbing his teammate. Or was it? You know, I don't care what you think about him. He gave me back the hanky I gave him. Romantic Tilda, well, it's a good thing he's still alive then. The pinkhead sure did give him a run for his money, right? Tilda. I just knew she was being sarcastic. She couldn't help herself, that's how she was, but what really got to me were her words. Sasuke did come close to death, okay, not really, but because of a selfish, self-centered fangirl. There was still the possibility I could have lost him. My whole body began to tremble slightly, then it tensed. My eyes welled up with tears. I bit my inner lip because I knew exactly what I was feeling. Rage, cold-blooded rage. Nothing about what Sakura had planned to do was right. How could she think? Mia-chan, eat. Naruto said, snapping me out of my daze, holding a sliced apple to my mouth. I didn't even notice when the tray was placed on the bed. Mia-chan, you need to eat to get better, Naruto persuaded, but I didn't bite literally. I loved Naruto a lot, like a brother, but I couldn't accept the kindness act that Sakura was trying to pull. I lifted my arms below my chest, hugged myself and looked away out into the bright blue sky through the window. I don't want to eat, I mumbled. Mia, all these fruits will help your body heal, Sakura felt again to give her advice. Like I needed it. She wasn't the only medical nin in the room, why I know. Did I ask you? I scowled as I felt my features did the same. Something I couldn't stand at that moment was her being caring, concerned about me and my situation. Trash. Kakashi-sensei once told us, in the shinobi world, those that break the written and unwritten rules are deemed trash, but be that as it may. Those that would disregard their comrades so easily are even worse than trash. And those who don't have the decency to respect the memories of their comrades are the worst. Sakura is our comrade, so she's trash. If she actually cared, she wouldn't even have thought of hurting Sasuke. I don't want it, I shook my head, shrugging my shoulders to meet my earlobes. I turned my head to the door, sensing familiar chakra, can I have them then? Choji walked in, followed by Ino, then Shikamaru, who was followed by a girl with black shoulder-length wavy hair, fair skin and average height. Her expression was pretty plain and uninterested. Choji, you're so embarrassing, Ino said, dragging her hand down her face. Of course you can't. Shiki walked over to me, blocking my view of the two arguing. I tilted my head slightly and handed the tray out, you can have all of it if you want. I insist. Choji came over to take the tray, but was stopped by Ino. She pushed the tray lightly back towards me. Mia, you need. I'll be fine. I reassured. As that is his cue, Choji took the tray up and started munching on everything there. I looked up at Shiki, whose sweat dropped. He looked down at me, how are you feeling? He asked, genuinely concerned. Better. I replied, with a smile. Now, they were a sight for sore eyes. Honestly, I believed my eyes were feeling a little extra sore and watery, but that was besides the point. I was glad to see them and so glad that they didn't hold anything against me from my last visit. We came because we heard you were admitted here. Ino explained. And to tell you Tsunade-sama is doing fine and waiting to talk to you once you recover, Shiki added, unintentionally reminding me of what I had done. The antidote was something I gave after everything was said and done with. I confirmed Danzo's death and everyone else could fill in the gaps by themselves. At the least Shikamaru didn't say it purposely, but more welcomely, for which I had no reason to be upset with him or any of the pack. Once I get better, I assured, following up with a closed-eye smile. The injury itself was caused by Swajetsu. Him and his water bullet. Honestly speaking, I think Sasuke took my instructions way too seriously. All because I wrote, "We are enemies" doesn't mean you shoot me when my back is turned, that's just sad. Besides, I meant that instruction to be followed if we run into trouble, and me associating with Sasuke would ruin my chances in gaining intel, if necessary, on Konoha and the things that were going in there. Tsunade-sama would be glad to see you're doing better. Sakura added. That's when I felt like telling her off. I didn't want to hear a word she said, but I controlled myself. We'll go greet the Hokage too. Why can't you just stop talking? I snapped. Really, that was enough. I couldn't move, I couldn't leave, or I would have. I didn't want to sit there and listen to her going on like everything was all right. Nothing was right. Nothing she did was all right, it was wrong. Mia, chill. She was just saying. Ino tried to calm me, but I didn't want to hear Sakura's defense. She was wrong, hence, she shouldn't pretend to be right and act like everything was okay. I didn't need to say it to her, she should have understood why I was upset. It was obvious. Rubbing my temple, listen. It was difficult, but I held my tongue and did my level best to contain myself. I'm just not in the mood to talk. In fact, I'm tired. I then continued, relaxing myself a bit. I do appreciate all of you coming over to see me, but I need time to get my head on straight. I said, weary-eyed. I'll keep first watch. Naruto volunteered, cheerfully, to something I had no knowledge about. What? My brow rose to his statement. Naruto, watch. We are in a hospital. I explained. There shouldn't be any serious danger in a hospital. It's nothing to be worried about. We were just asked to keep an eye on you. Shiki explained. Yeah, so you won't leave the village again, Choji added between his chewing. Choji? Ino began scolding him, but I didn't pay much heed to that. They want to keep me here. I in no way took that in a positive light. Prisoner. I huffed, subtly reminding them of how I felt when I was in Konoha. You know it's not like that. Sakura tried to convince me that whatever I was thinking was going on there was wrong. Please, don't talk to me. I spat. What did I do? She defended, shouting back at me. Sakura-chan, calm down. Naruto said nervously, waving his hands in a fanning motion towards her. I turned away, folding my arms. Of course, poor Sakura never does anything wrong. I scoffed while turning back to face all of them, because trying to kill a friend and teammate doesn't qualify as wrong. Because he's a criminal, right? And Konoha wants him dead. So you were just following orders. Mia, don't say. I knew she was going to retaliate, so I cut her off. Bravo. I said with false pride, clapping my hands in a dignified manner. You've made your village proud, at least you tried, right? I shrugged, turning back to face the window. Mia-chan. I turned to Naruto to meet his stunned, yet hurt expression. He felt bad for Sakura, but I can't be held responsible for how he chose to feel. Not a second later, Sakura stormed out of the room. What's gotten into you? Ino scolded. Nothing. I said with grumpiness in my tone. I laid back down, pulled the sheets over my head, blocked everyone out and fell asleep. Daybreak. Watilda, I moaned, getting up and out of bed. Where are you going? A girl's voice asked, sounding indifferent. I turned my head to the voice, and it was the same girl that came in with Shiki. She was sitting in a corner on one of those armchairs and reading something in her hand. Why is she here? Who are you? I asked, wondering because I was completely unfamiliar with her presence. You're awake. Shiki said, walking into the room with his casual laid-back look. He was able to pull it off way better than Eiji, I'd admit that any day. Yeah, I nodded with the most sweetest and thankful smile I could muster. I didn't have anything against him. Actually, I was glad it was him instead of anyone else. He pulled a chair close to the bed. What happened to you? He asked, wondering. He seemed to be worried. She doesn't like Sakura, does she? The girl's inquiry was directed towards Shikamaru. I sighed, lowering my head. I was pretty ashamed of what I did, of how I treated Sakura, but a little part of me, not Shinny, was consoling me, telling me she deserved it. I know I over-exaggerated. I know he's okay, but just the thought of losing him, my words trailed off. What happened was not something small. I could have genuinely lost Sasuke. I was still conflicting whether I had really felt something of that degree for him, and she wanted to take that and all my answers away. How could I take that sort of thing lightly? I wanted to know if he felt the same way, but I would never have the guts or the will to put myself in a position where I had to confess to a guy even if I've known that guy for more than half my life. Who? He inquired. What? Did I say something? You said you were afraid of losing him. Shiki inquired, reminding of my words that I couldn't remember saying. I said that. Sure did. Shini-chan, shush. Let me think. Oh, no one, honest. I said softly, practically murmuring to myself. There was silence. Lifting my gaze from the sheets. They both exchanged glances before turning back to face me. So, how long are you guys planning to keep me here? I asked, biting the inside of my lip, tensed by the situation I was in. Anything could happen, really. I could be blamed for Danzo's death. Put in prison for, admittedly, kinda poisoning the Hokage. Be accused of assisting a missing nen. Anything could happen if I chose to stay. Not long. The Hokage has some questions for you. Shikamaru tried to reassure me, but I was still jumpy on the matter. Still on edge over what I knew happens to those who commit such crimes. Oh, I tried to sound reassured and relaxed, but it just came out in a disheartened tone. I started scooting out of bed because I had a plan. Too obvious, but hopefully just enough for my escape. Where are you going? The girl asked, pretty normal-like, but I could swear, actually not swear, it's not right that she was questioning me more than she should. Seriously, I barely knew the girl. I met her like what? A few hours ago. And that even without a proper intro. I raised an eyebrow. I repeat, who are you again? Completely puzzled by her just being there was kind of suspicious enough for me to assume the worst. Maybe she's one of the Anbus from the route. Maybe she's here to make sure I don't escape or wait. Isn't that why unintentionally my eyes narrowed at Shikamaru, staring at him? He was here too. Takara. Your turn to answer, she said plainly, pretty directly. It wasn't a back and forth thing where she asked a question, I answer, and vice versa. Since I didn't think it a big deal, to the bathroom, I answered. Takara is a close friend of mine, Shiki explained. I saw a faint smile form, but that probably was just me. Okay, I wasn't really concerned about whether Takara would be a threat, but I guess knowing that Shikamaru knew her was enough to lay some confidence that she wouldn't rat me out to anyone. How's Kurenai-san? I wanted to converse a little with Shiki. She's doing well. And her baby? Healthy. I gave a closed-eye smile, that's good. I wanted to get out, Tilda, I groaned. Struggling to get out of bed, I felt a blazing pain at my stitches. Here, let me help you, Shiki offered. Thanks, I smiled gratefully, suddenly plunging off the bed, and boy did it hurt. I hate this so much. I thought as I pulled out my most grateful smile. This is pitiful. What's wrong? Shiki asked, there was concern painted all over his features. I feel so weak and helpless. I shook my head, smiling, it's nothing. He brought me to my feet and continued to allow me to balance some of my weight on his arm. That's what happens when you receive a grade 3 wound, the girl commented. Not to be me, it doesn't, not usually at least. I let my words trail as my mind contemplated over why I didn't heal as quickly as I should. Why not? Shikamaru and I stopped. I turned back to face her, crouching over the wound. Her Shiki began to explain. But I interrupted, I'm real careful, that's why. I guess I messed up her. I pouted to Shiki to gain some sympathy. It felt like when I was on a mission where I had to get out of a sticky situation and falsely acquire sympathy. Takara, could you go with her? She nodded. What? No. I panicked. No way anyone was coming with me inside, complete invasion of privacy. Shikamaru tried to explain, but no. Wasn't going to happen. Mia, it's part of the protocol. For criminals. I'm going alone. I declared, entering and then slamming the door behind me. You remember the plan. You transform into me and deal with all this. Fine. Ready. One thing. What? I can't complete the other request. Why not? Mia, we don't even know if it'll work. It's gonna work. Do you honestly think I would simply take Kabuto's word on it and ask you do something like that if I weren't positive it would work? I turned on the tap. Water gushed out. But, Mia, if you're worried something's going to happen to you, it's not that. Shinny-chan, why are you worrying about it now anyways? Nothing's happened to me yet. Then why talk to me about it now? You brought it up. Listen, besides that, what I've asked of you is simply a favor. It would make Sasuke really happy. Happier than he has ever been. It's called sacrifice. I can't believe you're willing to go to such an extent. If the opportunity arises, Shinny-chan. Her reminded. Right, did I mention I'm glad you finally found someone to love, instead of gawking at random handsome young man. It just wasn't proper. Hey. Anyways, changing the subject. You still may have a long time before you have to worry about that request. Right. Ready now? Yes. Ozura was waiting for me outside. Shadow clone technique. Riding on Ozura's back, already out of the village and maneuvering through the deep in the forest outside Konoha. A shadowy figure stood straight ahead. What is he doing out here? Katsuro. What is he doing out here? My eyes squinted in suspicion. What do you want? He was angry, I could tell. I even noticed his clenched fists. You had to bring her in between. The fight's between you and me. Why did you have to bring her in it? He shouted. He charged towards me. I couldn't dodge, I couldn't go anywhere to be honest. I didn't have the strength or speed to. Azura grabbed onto his arm with her tail in the NIC of time as she flashed her razor-sharp teeth which glistened in the moonlight. I was still weak, but grateful. I had no clue to what was going on with my body. That punch could have most definitely hurt. I don't need to explain myself to you. I snapped, gripping to Azura's fur. Why not? I'm not afraid of him. I sighed, Sasuke. If you must know. Of course you'd side with him. He barked, squirming in Ozura's strong grip. Yeah, so what? I knew you were lying about loving my brother. Yui Rom again, I loved him. I limped off, letting go of Azura. She tossed him to the ground and we walked around. He blocked me again. His breath was heavy. His glare like daggers. So much hate. What's your problem? Let me through. I waved my arm in front, signaling him to move. No, he said plainly, arms stretched out. Why? Not before you explain yourself. What do you want from me, an apology or something? That wasn't going to happen, especially since I didn't do anything wrong. Hisoka. Explain. He snapped, bringing his arms to his sides, both hands clenched. Didn't I already do that? Or are you just too thick-headed to comprehend anything? You owe me that much. I barged my way past him, don't owe you anything. I said, stumbling. I apparently wasn't far enough to hear. Tell me how Hisoka died, he finally said in a whisper. I took in a deep breath. Fine, but after this, you're gonna leave me alone. It wasn't a negotiation, I was telling him. He nodded. Flashback. What do we do? I said in a panic. 7 men were quickly approaching us, waiting for the orders of attack. Mia, you stand behind us, wait for my signal. I nodded at Satoru-sensei's command. He wanted me to use the special technique I was training for. It was water-based and smashed gallons of water from the ground up, but it took a lot of chakra control to complete it successfully, plus plenty of focus. Which was why Satoru-sensei made me stand behind. Hisoka, you keep an eye on Mia while she concentrates, and Eiji, figure out what these guys want. They are B-ranked ninjas, I should be able to take them. Sensei said confidently. Hi. The boys said in Unshin. There we were, positioned and ready in the middle of night to fight against bandits. Robber. Criminals. One or maybe all of the above. They came out of nowhere and all of a sudden, Satoru-sensei used a steel jutsu and created a steel rod barrier, engaging us from them. While he was at the exterior fighting against those people, I focused attentively in getting chakra up to that mark. Hisoka positioned in front of me, looking mentally ready for anything, and Eiji concentrated on getting some information we could use by reading their mind. It was going smoothly, it seemed like we were winning. Now, Satoru-sensei shouted. My cue to attack. Ultimate swirling water technique. The water gushed from the ground, encircling all my comrades, creating a tornado-like wall between us and the enemy. The water soon split and took a good hit at each of the enemies. I thought it was over, finally done. It wasn't long until I sensed another chakra charging towards Satoru-sensei. I quickened to block the attack. Naive me didn't think it through. My whole body couldn't take it, my knees trembled and my eyes widened, tears rushing past them. Hisoka. He had jolted in front of me at the last minute, taking the hit. He fell on me, in my arms. Hisoka, don't worry, I'll heal you, don't worry, Kei. I smiled, focusing all my chakra in healing him. Seconds seemed like minutes. It wasn't working. Nothing I did was working. Hisoka, stay with me please, I begged. Come on. Come on. Work. Hisoka. Hisoka, look at me. Don't close your eyes, please. Please. I pleaded for him to stay awake, conscious. There was nothing anyone could do, tears rolled down my face. Hisoka, please. For me. Please. His lips stretched to a weary smile. He raised his hand and placed it on my cheek. Please, Hisoka, don't leave, don't give up. I was practically screaming at him between sobs. He wiped the tears from my face with his fingers. Smile, for me. He requested. He wants me to smile, but he is. At first, it wasn't happening. Every time I pulled my lips up, they immediately dragged back down. No, I shook my head. No, I can't. Hisoka, don't. Please don't leave me. One last time, Mia. Let me see you smile. I nodded, and beyond myself I smiled. I only smiled for him. Don't let anyone take that or away from you. He coughed up blood between his words. Not even me. That was it. All he said. All that I could remember was me holding him in my arms as he faded away. I don't know exactly what happened after that, but I never forgot him. I never will. He was the only one who made me feel like I belonged. And I will always love him. I choked on my breath for a second. I miss him so much. There. I didn't stay for a reply. I didn't even look back at him. I never understood how the two were related, nonetheless brothers. He's honestly a disgrace, while Hisoka was beyond the normal human. I closed my eyes for a moment, remembering everything we had went through, all the good times, the laughs. That brought the smile back. I will always miss you. I silently continued on my way through the forest and stealthy night. The stitches eventually began irritating the wound. I didn't know what to do. I never had stitches before, and the pain from the wound was so bad that I had to stop. Leaning against Ojira, I waited for the pain to sink in. I waited for my body to adjust to it. Boom. A near-deafening blast rung through the air, shook beneath my feet, sent me stumbling to the ground. What was that? I murmured under my breath, confused. I looked up at Ojira, who looked unfazed by the explosion. Did you hear that? I panicked, but it came out calm. Ojira looked down at me, caressed my cheek with hers. Did you hear the blast? I asked again. She blinked at me, notably seeming puzzled. Was it all in my head? With slight difficulty, I once again got to my feet, held onto Ajira, and continued walking. The cold night breeze scraping against my delicate skin. The black night with a white crescent. The rustling of trees were heard as we passed. All in all, the night was a pleasant one. We are almost there, I said, reassuring Ajira, but mainly myself. I didn't know how much longer I could bear the pain, though I knew I had to endure it. I just had to go see him. I had to be sure. I had to know if he meant what he said. I had to move on. I know Hisoka would have wanted it that way. I was learning to let go, but still love the past solely because it held some of the best memories for me. Believe me, it took a lot of guts to set out and do something like that, especially when the person you want to be with is not only Sasuke, but someone your whole family sinned against. I still wasn't sure if there was something truly between us, but if there was, if what Sasuke told me back in Orochimaru's lair was true, and if my mind did deceive my heart and being with Sasuke was the only way in knowing the truth, then I had to carry on. This was something I have to do. Ah! I screeched. Ow! My lids slammed shut at the impact and the sudden overflow of pain as I fell to the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A girl screamed frantically. The agony lasted for what seemed like hours. That was until it all of suddenly just stopped. Opening my eyes to find a girl no older than myself blankly staring at me. It's because of your Furugan that your ability to heal has been constrained, she stated. I didn't even ask her anything yet. My what? I blinked, not sure I was comprehending a word she just said. Furuei meaning wield and Gan meaning eye. It's an ability, when activated, drowns the user in a genjutsu, inflicting the same attacks as would be used to the opponent. In addition to that, after it has fulfilled its purpose, it renders the user temporarily incapable of healing properly as long as the genjutsu remains to the wielder. Wow, that sounds so bad. So I used the what do you call it, Fukigen. I wickered at the word, that sounds silly. I pointed out. Who came up with that name anyway? Not really intending her to answer. She uttered a half-suppressed laugh as well and shook her head, not Fukigen, Furugan. It still sounds silly, if you ask me. I rolled my eyes at the name. Hey, can I ask you something? MHM, she nodded, with a faint smile on her face. How were you able to heal me? I mean, I'm an Akarusa too, she explained. She's an Akarusa. She was fair, the darkness of the night made it hard to even estimate her eye and hair color. They seemed on the darker shade, however. Why am I getting this feeling like I know her from somewhere? Do I know you? I asked, straightening my back, getting slightly more comfortable. MHM, she smiled, nodding to my question. From where exactly? The Chunin exams. Chunin exams? On closer inspection and a little bit of brain straining. Oh yeah, you helped me with that encounter with Orochimaru, right? Terrible, terrible encounter. The terrible man came out of nowhere on his huge snake and scared the jeebies out of me. I was so frozen in my tracks, I don't think I was even breathing. Then the girl comes and snatched me out of it and a run. Run far, far, far away without looking back. MHM, she nodded. I never got the chance to say thanks, so thank you, I gave a closed-eye smile. Can I ask you something else? Yes, she said in a soft, low voice. It didn't seem like she liked to talk much. Who were you running from? I wasn't, she began, but rude little me interrupted with my 2 cents. I don't mean to be rude, I needed to clear that up, but no one slams into someone with that much force unless they're being followed. Someone was after me, she confessed in a half-whisper. And I anxiously wait for her to continue. I just like knowing stuff, it has always been one of my worst qualities and one that usually got me into trouble. HM. She hummed, looking at me in a wondering way. Are they still there? I sat up on my knees and looked over her head into the forest. I don't sense anyone. I sat back down. I'm sorry, but one last question. If you're an Akarusa, what are you doing out here? Just. I came looking for someone. They didn't let me leave, but I managed to anyways. So they chased me. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Assuming it's the special ops that were after you, I have to thank you for not leading them to me. I don't think I can handle any more drama from them. Those guys were more full of drama than I ever was. They would make a big deal out of anything. Pseudo. Fiancé. Fut. She let out a small laugh. I understand. Yeah, how so? I raise a brow, wondering. I can see what you've seen, she said with a bit of a smirk forming on her face. Another chakra reader, huh? Then shouldn't you be with the special ops? I saw a sweat drop from her temple. She started to look really nervous. Wonder what's up with her. My brow rose again, for a second, to the thought. You know, you could just say it's personal and we both can move on. If you don't want to tell me, that is. It's personal. That's fine. I picked myself up and dusted myself off. Well, thanks again. We are family, so if you ever need anything. I will, she bounced in hurriedly, kinda excitedly. Anyways, maybe we'll meet again someday. A wary smile formed. She looked sad about something, but again none of my business. Okay, bye. I nodded once and with that I set off on my way. I smacked my forehead with my palm. I didn't get her name. I turned back so I could ask, but she was gone. That was weird. But you don't want to hear about that. I quickened to change the subject. I was a child, foolish and a daydreamer. I was so naive to reality. I paused for a longer bit before carrying on with what I was saying. I guess we don't deserve a happy ending, huh? Ha, I scoffed. Uncle warned me. He did. He told me life wasn't a fairy tale, but did I listen? Yes. Did I manage to grasp what my uncle was trying to tell me, to ward me of the harsh realities of life? Not a bit. This is why I suffer. I should have thought about it, acted upon his advice. The stories he told me before I went to bed held nothing but truth and reality, things that had actually happened. He informed me of it all. I sighed heavily. I guess what I'm trying to say is, no matter what happens, here on out, we can't do anything to change it. It's something that was meant to happen, and even now, things are slowly being put into motion for whatever is to come. But we don't forget the past. We shouldn't. We learn from it, forgive it, forget it, avenge it, hate it, love it, whatever course of action we take, there's nothing we can do to change it. So, the least we can do is accept it, because if there's one thing it's taught us is to learn from it. Sasuke, I took his hand in mine for comfort and attempted to look into his eyes which he refused to meet. We will avenge your family and my uncle, that I promise you. And finally, we'll be able to make them proud. A faint smile pulled on my lips. Okay. I stretched my neck out more, I just wanted his approval, something. He still refused to meet my eyes and continued on gazing at the moon. I got up to leave, allowing my hand to slip from his. I wasn't even sure he was listening. Truly, I did this for me. I needed to tell someone to reassure myself I was right. I began walking back to my room. I'll always be. Where are you going? I could hear his voice say, much like in a soft whisper. I turned around. He was still sitting there. As I neared him, I noticed the same indifferent look on his face. Yes? I squat down a little. The handkerchief, he said plainly in his monotone. This, I dangled it in front of him, hanky. I asked, teasing him in the process. When I tried to give it back, days ago, he didn't take it. So, why should I give it back now? Plus he still didn't tell me. If you want it, I curled it back in my hand, then tell me, what does Ma mean? I negotiated with my stubborn friend. That was another thing. When I got the time to notice, well, when I noticed, there was the letters M and O written on it. Though I remembered clearly I didn't write those letters. Mia, he replied. Why isn't he answering my question? I pouted. What? He stood up, snatched the hanky from my hand, from the piece that was sticking out. Mia Akarusa, he said indifferently. I blinked quite notably before realizing what he was talking about. Wait, why did you put my initials on the hanky? You made it, was his simple and reluctant reply. The design, yes, but come on, putting my initials on it makes me look like a complete dweeb. If Sai or Aika see it, they'd laugh. I pointed out, folding my arms across my chest. Only real artists put their initials on their works. It looked like a 6-year-old. Wait. Never mind. I rolled my eyes when I remembered I was about 6 years old when I made it. Silly me. I should be a little more considerate. Thank you, I said with a nervous smile on my face. He did do it for me, right? That kind of made me feel nice inside. Fact was, he, regardless of the little time it took to write he did it for me, right? For that, I found myself pounce him with a hug, arms wrapped around his lower chest, head resting directly on his chest, where I could literally hear his heartbeat. I felt him tense up a bit, but soon relaxed right before I said, I will always be there for you, Sasuke, I reminded. Not to make it sound too mushy and sentimental, to make sure you don't get yourself killed. I tucked my head in his chest. It was a joke and I meant it as such, but the thought still scared me. Scared me enough to blurt out in a soft, barely understandable whisper. I love you. That moment made me adore my height. I could whisper straight to his heart and no one else could hear. But what if he did hear me? My eyes widened at the thought had formed. I lifted my head to look up at Sasuke. Mostly, just in case he had heard me, I had to cover it up by acting natural. So, I smiled. He looked down at me, towering me. Why is everyone gigantic? He gazed down at me with relaxed deep onyx eyes. Eyes that had the ability to put me under a trance I wasn't so eager to be released from. Not to my dismay, however, I was pulled out of them as his eyes shut, my eyes slightly widened as I felt his soft lips press against mine. There it was, that same sensation. The devil of all dreams. The darkness that no man or woman would ever deny to enjoy, within reason. That tummy-curling feeling. The heat rising in not just mine, but his too. I could feel his heat. I didn't know how long and didn't care either. I felt giddy as he gently touched my bare back, lifting my chest, resulting it to arc into his. I felt impatient as my hand landed at the back of his head, messing with his hair, pulling at it between my fingers for each time we struggled for control over the other. I felt submissive as I allowed him to dominate me, willing backing down. We finally pulled away, heavily panting, lungs burning for air. To me, neither of us wanted to really pull away. Small smiles enticed our lips. I closed my eyes and rested my head once again on his chest, gripping him into another hug. Nothing else seemed to matter to me. It was set clear in my head. Nothing else mattered as he was mine and I was his. I felt like there was nothing anyone or anything could do to me as long as I had him next to me. We'd get through it. I jerked away from the hug, reeling myself back. I didn't even know why I hugged him in the first place. Of course there was the tiny part of me that was relieved he was all right, but couldn't he be all right someplace else? He didn't have to be there. He didn't have to be anywhere near me, to be honest. It wasn't his battle. Dust flew everywhere, battle cries could be heard all around, fallen shinobi, the enemy at its mark, people advancing for attack, blasts, cries, blood. Such was the scene painted as war. But that wasn't my problem at the moment. I couldn't stand seeing Sasuke in front of me. His very presence made my blood boil. After everything he did, how could he just waltz in the middle of a war that didn't concern him in the least, declare that he wanted to become Hokage, offer his help, but of course Naruto was more than joyed to see him and not expect me to be completely raged by his presence. Even during that moment he was talking to Naruto, discussing a plan. But I didn't trust him. How could I when he betrayed me? Everything he did was to manipulate me and take his revenge on me. Revenge for what? Loving him. Wanting to be there for him. Being his friend. Or did he actually think what happened to Itachi was really my fault? None of it was my fault, he knew that. Regardless of knowing, he still played me, used me and forced me to a point where I despised breathing the same air as him. How could I forgive all that? Simple, I couldn't. How dare he show his FA? Mia, head back to Konoha, he said, which sounded a lot like command to me. Who the H I tried to retort, but was cut off. Mia, you have to go check if everything's all right there. Naruto explained, we need you to go protect Konoha. Firstly, I directed my scorn at Sasuke, have no right to be telling me what to do. And secondly, I declared to them both, I am not going anywhere. If any of you are worried about Konoha, go check on it yourself, but don't be commanding me to do it for you. Naruto too. How could he just give me orders like that? That even to go and protect Konoha, the place that started all the mess in the first place. And what was Sasuke thinking? That he would just arrive and everything would be hunky-dory. Fat chance of that happening, Uchiha. I only cared about him enough to care that he wasn't dead. That was all. Any other condition or situation didn't bother me any longer. I didn't care to be bothered either. Miya-chan and Naruto began. It's safer there. Sasuke advised. Now he cares. Save it for someone else. That made me realize and think that they didn't presume I was capable of holding my own in a war, either that or they didn't trust me to. I turned my back at them and sprung back into the midst of the war, doing what I was first instructed to, defend as many shinobi as they advanced towards the enemy. I left my friends, if you could call them that after recent events, to their own. I won't let something so petty get in the way of the job I assigned myself to do. Admittedly, my anger was more towards Uchiha Sasuke. I should have expected it when he was going to kill Karen or when he let her get captured by Konoha. He didn't even spare the chance to take Sakura's life, thankfully both were safe. I knew Karen had rejoined Sasuke's group, even from that distance I could sense their chakra. It seemed Sasuke needed Karen to retake my place. Poor, naive Karen, when would she learn? Her funeral. What I hated about myself was I knew I would forgive him one day. That was just the way I was, but I would never make the same mistake of trusting him again. He didn't deserve that from me. I scoffed. I haven't lost to you yet, Uchiha. What just happened? Neji. I rushed as fast as my exhaustion allowed. Neji on a thin line between life and death. Where I found him, he laid on the ground, motionless. He can't die. It was all my fault. I was entrusted to keep people from receiving severe blows. I was one person amongst hundreds that were entrusted the same, but to falter at my duty with someone I personally knew. To allow it to happen just like that, I couldn't. I had to do something. Hinata was drenched in tears, but still managed to compose herself just enough to carry on fighting given that we were on the battlefield. Naruto, I called through the roaring noise in the background. He shifted his gaze towards me, but said nothing. A serious and determined aura could be felt emitting from him. I'm sorry. I'm going to take Neji somewhere safe and try to heal him from there. I informed, one place that shouldn't be facing any problems and close enough to transport there. Naruto nodded with a sincere thin smile, seemingly appreciative. Hinata did the same. Suna no Tsubain. Transporting myself to the first place I could think of. I arrived in the streets of Konoha in a minute flat. The villagers were given instructions to stay indoors at all time, but I could sense a big crowd over by the academy. Honestly speaking, the chakra used in the war, transporting, healing and keeping Neji from going under for good, all of it was taking its toll on me. I turned to all directions attempting to sense someone who could help. Not a second later Shini came rushing towards me. Mia, what's wrong? Yro, she said as her eyes fell on Neji who was in my arms. Shini, where's Shizune? I spoke quick as not to waste any more time. At the hospital. Here, I'll take you to her. I had already left Shini to take care of Konoha. It was irreverent for me to have gone when Naruto suggested. I already knew my responsibilities and I didn't need anyone questioning or advising me on what I had to do. Once we arrived at the hospital, I had Neji leaning over my shoulder, unconscious, and we were in a panic to find Shizune-san. We didn't stop to breath. 15 minutes or so it seemed passed and we finally found her. She was finishing up with a butterfly stitch on one of the injured. As soon as we entered, her gaze immediately dropped to Neji. What happened? Never mind that, get him on. She instructed and we did as such. We placed Neji gently under the gurney, but I didn't allow my chakra to stop from healing him. Every second was precious. What do you think? How bad is it? Is there anything? I asked, definitely fearful of his condition. Mia, calm down and let me examine him. She instructed, to which I nodded, and she started up on what she said she'd do. After a few minutes, "This isn't good," she said, knitting her brows. "What? Why?" I almost dropped him off the stretcher as I was so frazzled by everything that was happening. "He's lost too much blood," she explained, pacing over to a bunch of files on a table. I shut my eyes briefly. I was already so worn out, but I continued to worry, reasoning on what to do. Where would I get blood to match his? The answer struck in my head. The Hyuga compound. It wasn't that far, but there wasn't any time to lose either. Due to the lessened distance, it wasn't going to take much of my chakra. After that last teleport, I might have had enough chakra to transport back to the battlefield, which was a fair amount. "I'm going to the Hyuga compound," I informed. "Shinny, please take over for me." She nodded at my request and began keeping Neja from getting any worse through her healing abilities. The trip to the compound and back would take equal to half of the chakra to go back to the battlefield once, and as much as I could be sure of, that was all I had left. This has to work. I used my jutsu and arrived at the compound, knowing exactly who I had to meet. Hinata's father and Neja's uncle. I was confronted by some guardsmen. It was breaking late and it was all too silent there. "I need to talk to Hayashi Hyuga." "Hyuga-sama," I said to the man who had his back turned to me. Once I realized it was him, I bowed my head, remaining that way for a while. "I won't waste your time. Your nephew Neja needs blood," and I began to state, but was interrupted. "And why is that my concern?" he said coldly. "Because he was protecting your daughter." I cared about Hinata, but how could his own uncle disregard him so much that he wouldn't give him blood to live? I straightened my back. "He's your nephew," I declared, like it wasn't already a fact, because it sure didn't seem like he knew that. "Your point, child." "My point? Did he really just ask me that? Who was he? Really? What was he? His own nephew needed him and he just brushed it off like Neja meant nothing." I bit my tongue. He was still an elder, and even if he didn't deserve it, I had to respect him. His family. I tried not to spat, but family came out harsh. I was just trying to emphasize on the word, because apparently he didn't know what that word meant. He couldn't hold his own in a war, he stated, sounding completely uninterested in what I had to say. "Why is he being so heartless?" I shut my eyes as my brows twitched, my nose crinkled. I could promise I felt the blood flowing through a pulsing vein on my temple. "Why should I be? You owe his father that much." I snapped and earned silence from everyone there. "His father gave his life for you. Why do you find it so hard to donate your own nephew some blood? Our clan is a prestigious one, we don't take charities." Was his pointless and absurd answer. "Shove your down pride, don't cuss." "Don't cuss," I reminded myself. "Give me a break. Who cares about your clan pride when one of your own's life's at risk?" There was silence. "You know, I think you don't want to help him because he's part of your lower chain of family members," I stated, but that probably wasn't it. Hinata had also already been disregarded as the heir to the Hyuga throne, and I didn't mind mentioning it either. There you have it, the famous Hyuga clan abandoning their own to their death, for that you even dethroned your own daughter as chief. You know, I don't think you all know what it means to be a family, to CA. All because I'm silent doesn't give you the right to say what you will about where my family values lie. Escort her out," he said, MNG his way out himself, and commanded the guards to basically ban me from ever entering the Hyuga compound again. "Yeah, listen to him. One day the same's gonna happen to you guys too, then you'll know." I attempt to stop them from throwing me out, it was all I could come up with. I was tired. My brain wasn't working as it should, but I wasn't willing to leave there without what I set to do. My little retort partially worked. "Listen, all I'm asking is for some blood, then you'll never have to see me knocking at your doorstep again. I won't even look at the Hyuga compound if that gets you to help." I had to comprise at some point, I admit. I'm not the best negotiator, and I knew I couldn't spat at everything. Though I couldn't leave there without him either. "Gourds," did I stutter? He said, practically scolding them in the process. I failed. I was escorted out as said. What are we going to do now? My head hung low. When I arrived back at the hospital, Neji was still on the stretcher. He was connected to a dynamap and was given nutrients through a drip. Well? Shinny asked, looking up for Neji. Her hair was a mess. She looked more worn out than I felt. Maybe I was just noticing it. I shook my head. I was defeated and ashamed to have went back without help. What happened? She asked as I motioned her to move over so I can take her place. She nodded as I began to explain, if you want to call it that. I don't know what's his deal. He pretty much flat out refused. That selfish, self-centered, egoist, grumpy old man. I only wonder how Hinata put up with all that and still come out. No, never mind, I sighed, but seriously, you should have seen him. It was like his heart was made of ice, like he's been living in the snow country. Actually, forget that. People there are considerate, welcoming and caring. It's what keeps them warm, but seriously. That man is beyond my comprehension. His brother was caring enough to give his life for him, and if it weren't for... Emiya, Shinny spoke between a faked cough, interrupting my rant. I needed to let off steam after what my heart had to endure. Why was she? Oh, then I understood. He's behind me, isn't he? I felt a sweat drip from my temple. I spun around. Hyuga-sama, how are you? What brings you here? Humbleness, but slight sarcasm at the last sentence. Not well. It seems people have gotten bold enough to rave about me behind my back. He commented and just continued to glare at me. Oh, now who would do that? I deadpanned, pacing away from him, fixating a sheepish smile on my face. Well, now that you're here, I began, but was cut short. Yes, where do I need to go? Follow me, Hyuga-san, Shizune-san instructed, putting on a pair of rubber gloves. I went with them. I knew all the procedures, a lot of them at least. Gloves masked the whole deal. After some time, a lot of tension, a bag of blood and relief that Neji's uncle was a match. He's going to be okay now, right, Shizune-san? I asked, feeling a bit relieved knowing he had the blood. He's out of any immediate danger, but it's too soon to tell. We need to, she was explaining when all of a sudden, there was a huge crashing sound coming from outside. The ones who weren't really needed like me rushed to the window. I heard the ground crumble as it sounded like it was being torn apart. People's screams could be distinctively heard within the dust cloud that had emerged outside. I couldn't see anything past anything. What's going on? I'm going to see if I can figure this out from the ground. Take care of him for me. Positioned and ready to jump out the window, I took a brief moment to turn back around and wait for a response. Go. Don't worry about things here. Shinny-chan assured me. Her features showed nothing less than seriousness and determination. And for the most part, I was glad she was on our side. In the brink of the war, Shinny-chan was a fierce fighter in it all, but I sent her here thinking Konoha would be vulnerable to some sort of threat. It looked like I was right. I nodded, then jumped out the window, landing on the gravel ground. The crunching beneath my soul, the harsh wind carrying all that dust and screams coming from all directions made my job way harder. It didn't take me long at all to figure out what was causing the commotion. It seemed the tree had spread its roots underground, penetrating through the barrier built by the other shinobis who were capable of using the Earth-style ninjutsu. Panic and chaos. That was the music of war. I, myself, had almost got caught in it. I wasn't completely sure of what would happen if I did get caught, but knowing that the thing was set up by the Akatsuki was warning enough for me to stay clear of it. My chakra was low. It looked like I was running out of time as the roots began tearing through Konoha, one building at a time. I was too weak to put up my own rock barrier, but there was one thing I still could do to help. I need everyone in one place. Running around Konoha, I began shouting at everyone to gather at the Hokage Tower. My plan was simple: get the people out of Konoha and tell them to keep running up into the mountains until everything cools down. Simple was my plan, yes, but it seemed impossible. Why should we listen to you? One man shouted at me, clearly refusing to listen. It was like that with the rest too. For all we know, this was your doing. She's the one who brought this upon us. The man turned and shouted out to the rest of the civilian. I wanted to facepalm so bad, I wanted to actually bang my head against a wall or something. If only they could hear themselves speak. They sound so illiterate and naive. Get out. Get out. One by one each yelled, then it became into a chant that turned louder than the smashing sound caused by the roots taking over. "Be quiet," I said, finally fed up. If they wanted help, I was willing to offer them some, but if they persisted on staying there and wait it out, then I couldn't do anything about their thick-headedness. Consider this. You think you're going to die either ways, then what will it change if you choose to trust me just this once? Think about it. Maybe I'm telling the truth and you survive, but if you choose to stay, there won't be any hope left. I calmly explained. All because they were being irrational and crazy didn't mean I had to be too. "Everyone to the forest," one shouted, instructing the rest, completely ignoring me. Everyone stampeded away, passing me and surrounding me in a wave of people. They were walking towards whatever awaited them there. Maybe they would find some salvation, a safe haven from all of what's happened to the village and all the people fighting against the Akatsuki. There was nothing I could do. I tried to warn them, help them. In the end, whatever was going to happen was going to be their choice. I wasn't worried about Neji. He had Shinny and the rest of the patients had a capable staff and Shizune-san to take care of them. I took in a breath and turned around to head back to the field. "Mia," a voice said and hand landed on my shoulder. "Kurenai-san." A smile pulled at my lips and not a second had passed and I overwhelmed her in a hug. "It's a girl." I knew it was. It was those gut feelings. I pulled away. "How have you been?" She asked. "There will be plenty of time for us to catch up, Mia. Right now we have to stop these people from making a big mistake." She pulled onto a woman's arm, stopping her in her tracks. The woman responded with a grunt. "What are you doing?" "We have to keep moving. If you all go there, you'll be trapped. The forest only goes so far until it ends at a wall that blocks anyone from sneaking into Konoha." The woman looked shocked and tears began to well up in her eyes. "Tell everyone to meet up and gather at the Hokage Tower as soon as possible." Kurenai-san was in command and the role completely suited her. Crashing of buildings could still be heard in the distance. I stood on a level where everyone could see me. Kurenai-san stood beside me. We both looked down at the crowd below. "You all know that the threat is approaching fast," she began, addressing the villagers like a true leader. "There is no escape, except," on her last word she turned to me and nodded. "Here goes everything." I sighed. "The only way out is if I transport you out. Otherwise everyone here is stuck." I explained. I really did want to help them. Sure, I disliked them to an extent where it feels like they're stomping on every one of my nerves, but that didn't mean I wanted them dead. Why should we trust her? And it starts again. Do any of you have any bright ideas? No? Then listen. She is our only way out and she wants to help. I still don't trust her. Yeah, neither do I. Me, neither. Yeah, they all cheered. Trust her, don't trust her. It's time to make a choice and I'm making the choice to listen to her and get out of the village because in a few minutes there won't be anything left. Silence filled the air until the crash of another building being demolished by the monstrous plant woke everyone up. People, one by one, nodded showing their approval, but don't get me wrong, it didn't seem like they wanted to, more like they had to survive. The roots were quickly approaching. There was literally no more time to waste, every second was precious. Everyone from the village gathered into a circle on a spot. The people from the hospital had already made their way there and were ready. The only problem I had to face was my chakra. I should have enough. I reassured myself. Everyone ready? They all nodded. Okay. I took a deep breath. Let's do this. Wait. Wait. My baby, a woman cried out, stretching her arm through the crowd. What? Really? I turned to the direction the woman was yelling towards. A little boy, no older than 2, was walking straight for the giant plantation. Really? I huffed. I shook my head. Parents can be so careless. I jolted towards the child, grabbed him and brought him to a safer distance. The woman came rushing towards us to take him up. I was going to run back to perform the jutsu when suddenly my ankle was grabbed onto and I was being dragged in. I didn't even have to think what I had to do. My hands formed the necessary signs. Shinny-chan and Kurenai-sen tried to jump in and help, but I couldn't allow that. They were entrusted to take care of things way more important than me. I couldn't allow them to be put in harm's way. I made a wall blocking anyone from escaping out of the circle. Something crawled to my waist and engulfed me from feet up. It's now or never. Suna no Tsubain. And in a split second they were gone. All of them vanished to safety, I hoped. The plant was slowly enveloping me into its fold. It had already reached up to my shoulders. I wanted them to be safe. I rested my head on the ground, took a deep breath and waited. It was already up to my neck and the tree didn't take any time at all to completely engulf me in the cold of darkness. My eyes were still closed and I could distinctively hear children's laughter coming from another room. The last thing I remembered was being pulled into the tree. Where was I? I felt tired, no doubt about that, and only opened my eyes when I felt a wet kiss land on my cheek. A little girl with short, chin-length chocolate brown curly hair, beautiful silver eyes, long lashes and a cute chubby face with rosy cheeks, stood at my bedside, wide-eyed. Nana, the girl screamed and panicked on her way out, not once looking away until she, herself, couldn't see me any longer. I stretched out my muscles, messing with my loose strands of hair in the process. My hair was much longer than I remembered. It came all the way down to my knee. I pulled all my hair to one side. They were curly as usual, but why were they so long? To add to my confusion, I didn't even remember falling asleep, nor snuggling in bed, nor being in that house. Where am I? I wondered, kind of worried. I scanned the room for signs of familiarity. Cream-tanned walls, one decorated with amazing white and grey floral designs. An upside-down, lily-shaped chandelier in the center of the room, beautifully carved walnut wood door and netted drapes. Everything was so well decorated. A woman barges in, her hair tied up in a messy bun. I didn't have to look twice or even think about who that woman was as she pounced at me with an almost strangling hug. Mother. I stuttered, my eyes widened and my lips quivered. I didn't know whether to push back or to embrace her. She pulled away a little, still keeping me in her grip. My baby, you're finally awake, she sniffled, her tears steadily flowing. It's been so long, but you're back now. She pulled me in for another hug. What is she talking about? Back? Where did I go? I asked in a soft voice, definitely puzzled. I didn't have a clue to what was going on. Since when has mother cared so much? Nana. The same little girl came rushing in and hid herself behind my mother. Nana. Nana. Another little girl, cute as a button, followed. She looked younger than the first. Her twin light brown curls flowing behind her as she ran to where the other girl stood. Her big dark, deep ocean blue-colored eyes gleaming at me, slightly lowered. She looked frightened. Nana. I looked down at the sheets over my leg, thinking, isn't that what kids call their grandma? Mother doesn't have any more kids besides me, right? But what does that mean? Aren't you girls going to come up here and give your mama a hug? I'm sure she'd love that. Mother encouraged the girls to what? Give their mother a hug. Give me a hug. I've never had kids. I've never. This had to be a dream. It couldn't be real. The girls got out from behind. Mother struggled to climb on the bed because they were just so small. Mother helped each and the girls crawled towards me, sitting on their knees. Each leaned in to hug me on both sides. I felt like I should hug back, but kept retracting my fingers at the uneasy feeling, the uncertainty of everything. I was guessing Mother had noticed because she whispered, Miyako, they're your babies, she smiled. Maybe it was out of courtesy, but I hugged them both in my arms. They were so small, so cute, but they couldn't have been mine. Miyako, dear, you've finally woken. A woman with jet black hair and onyx eyes came rushing to my side and sat next to me. She too gave me a hug, and before I could respond with a who are you, or why is everything so nutty here, I heard his voice. A voice I never thought, even in my wildest dreams, I would ever have the opportunity to hear again. Uncle. My eyes began to well up with tears, and just as he made his appearance, I slowly got up, releasing myself from everyone's hugs. I paced towards him. When he was just inches from me, I wrapped my arms around him and wept bitterly, shuddering sobs. I didn't want to let go. I sniffed the oh-so-familiar scent of almonds. I never knew why he smelled that way, but he always had. "It's fine, Miyako," he said, lovingly, and patted my back. "Everything is going to be just fine now." This makes no sense. My eyes widened at the thought, and as I gazed into the mirror attached to a wall, I could see myself, but it wasn't me. The girl staring back at me wasn't me. She looked older, more mature, pretty even. This isn't real. My tears, like on command, suddenly stopped. I sniffled at one last tear. I slowly reeled myself away. My head lowered to the side. "You're dead," I mumbled, but I knew everyone could hear. The silence in the room made sure of it. "Miyako," I could hear my uncle's voice say in concern. "It was just a dream." The woman's voice tried to comfort me, but I wasn't buying it. Something was wrong because nothing was making any sense. I shuddered in some last tears. "Where's father?" A hand was placed on my shoulder. I shifted my head to look. Mother's head hung low as she struggled to utter the words that were reluctant to escape. "Your father's dead, dear. It's been 3 years." Her grip on my shoulder only tightened when she said the word "dead." I couldn't and refused to believe it. "Father, dead." My Leos trembled. Those two words don't even make sense in the same sentence. He passed away during a mission. His camp was ambushed. His whole team, including himself, was caught in it. Only one person survived. You. Your father was there to protect you, Miyako. No. I shook my head vigorously. "No," I declared again. "That man can't die like this. He can't." I grunted. "He died on mission and he was protecting me. That means his name has to be there then." I stormed out the room, ignoring my family's cries for me to stop and be more rational about it. But how can I bring logic from something that wasn't making any sense since the moment I opened my eyes? I ran into town, passing villages, shops and vendors. I was so set on the memorial stone I couldn't think of anything else. Once I reached there, I noticed something way more strange. The air was misty, fog scattered everywhere. The strangest part was it was merely the middle of the afternoon. That area had never been like that, not even in the winter. I walked over to the stone and scanned it for my father's name. My mouth fell ajar. Just like Uncle had said, he died during a mission, hence his name was written on that stone. Akarusa Toshio. This can't be happening. "You can't leave me," I shouted, practically scolding the stone itself. "No. He can't go without telling me why he treated me so terribly. Why he hated me. Why he didn't want me as his daughter. Why he never came back for me." I grunted through the silent air, letting all the pain flow out through my tears. I couldn't control them. Everything was just too much. I fell to my knees, my head hung low, and I sat there hugging myself and shuddering, tears through the air. "He can't. He can't." I shook my head at every word. "This isn't real. This isn't." My voice hitched as soft lips pressed against the back of my neck, arms wrapped around me, holding me so lovingly. The person brought me up, holding onto my shoulder, and slowly turned me around to face him. "Who?" My words trailed as I began observing him more closely. Auburn hair with blonde streaks, so naturally done. It still confused me, that hair. His silver eyes with blue lining. I pursed my lips at the memory. "Hisoka." Before I could continue, he landed a gentle peck. A smile crawled to my lips. I pursed them again. "Beautiful as always," he complimented and brought me to him so he could envelope me fully in his arms. I hugged back because it felt good. I missed him so much. So much. Realization hit me again. "You're dead too," I muttered out. "This is all an illusion, I know it." I pulled away. "What are you talking about?" Worry was laced in every word he spoke. "Nothing," I said and walked away. "Mia," he called out from behind me. I had already gained my momentum and picked up the pace. My walk turned into a run. I ran all the way through the village and to Konohagaku's main gates. I stopped right in front of them, observing the outside and how familiar it looked. "This has to be a dream," I declared almost certainly. In my head, I stared straight out into the forest. I brought myself out of the daze I was in as some bushes rustled from outside. A girl running out, deeper into the forest. All I got was a glance, but what I noticed was her short black hair, her red and black mission attire, and her red-rimmed glasses. That's a lot of red for a kid, I thought. The girl procured my interest, however. I was just about to dash after her when... "Mia, there you are," Hisoka's voice said behind me. He pulled on my arm to turn me around to face him. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" he asked, worried. He searched through my eyes for signs of something. "Everything. This is all a dream, isn't it?" I said in a soft, low voice, turning my head away from him. "They told me this would happen." "What?" "Come, walk with me and I'll explain." He took me with him, fingers intertwined. So, we walked and he explained. He told me that 3 years back, I was on a mission, one that I didn't report back from. While my father and some other shinobi were with me, we were attacked and everyone died except for me. I was hit with a poison that affected my brain, sending me directly in a coma. The poison was so bad that it created strong illusions in my head, hence, as he explains, creating another world where I believed to live in. Me awakening from it had a side effect, as he guessed, and that was I forgot my real life here. There were still so many questions. So many things that didn't fall into place. It still doesn't explain why. Hisoka grabbed me and pulled me out of the way. I was about to get trampled on by a Sakura who was in a real hurry. "Oh, sorry," she apologized and started to rush off. Halfway to the gate she backed up and ran back towards me. "Mia," she hugged me tight. "Sometimes I forget how strong she is." Sakura, you're choking me." I managed to cough out. "Sorry," she apologized again. "I was just in a hurry. My daughter seems to have gone after her father and I have to go find her," she said in haste. "Have you seen her?" "She's about this big," she measured to her shoulder. "She has black short hair, onyx eyes and wears red glasses," she described. "And she runs out of Konoha and into the forest on a daily basis." "No, but that means you have seen her. Do you know where she's heading?" She looked extremely upset and worried. I shrugged my shoulders. "Sorry, no clue." She gave me a thin smile. "Okay, I better start looking then." She began to turn away when she suddenly stopped. "We have so much catching up to do." She smiled and waved goodbye. "CYA, Mia." I really hope she was joking when she said CYA, Mia. It just sounded weird to say, but I guess some people never change. Even in illusions. I shook my head, pacing backward as Hisoka walked forward, my hand in his. "She's crazy." "Oh. Great, I wasn't just getting cut off today, but it seemed everyone had to bump me too. If I wasn't looking where I was going, at the least the person I bumped into should." My brows furrowed as I snapped my head at the perpetrator. "Itachi." I gleed as I wrapped my arms around him, taking him into a hug. I didn't think I could feel happier. So relieved, so overjoyed, overwhelmed. "It's nice to see you too, Mia," he said, hugging me back. This felt so good, my Nia-san, all right and fine and alive. If this was my reality, why was it so hard to accept it? Why couldn't I come to terms with it? Why did it feel so wrong that Itachi was alive, that Uncle was alive, that Hisoka was alive? Why? Ahem. Hisoka faked cough to get my attention, and because I think he didn't like the attention I was giving Itachi. "What?" I pouted. "He's my Nia-san and I will hug him as long as I like," I declared. It felt good to hold Nia-san, but it also didn't feel right, like he shouldn't be there for me to hug in the first place. But how could I look at this world and not embrace it? It had everything. I had everything: a loving husband, 2 beautiful little girls, a caring family, supportive friends, but it still didn't feel right. This isn't right. I pursed my lips and shook my head as I walked away from them. "Mia, you're not going anywhere. How about this, we talk about it? We talk about whatever you remember, okay? Let's first get you home." I nodded. The least I could do was give the place a chance, right? "It was all a nightmare, dear," Kurami-san added confidently. "Think about it, Miyako," Mother began. "What you've told us is horrible. Do you honestly think something like that could happen in real life? That terrible? Things like that happening in consecutive time periods?" I don't think anyone could remain sane if that were the case. Mother nodded. You have to admit that all you saw and remember is a drain. Mother told me, placing some hair behind my ear. This, she continued, picking up on my yes, I apparently named my daughter after my alias in my drain. She picked up my youngest daughter and gave her to me. This is your reality, Miyako. Then she placed Chika on her lap. Hisoka was sitting next to me, playing with our daughter's little hand. Papa, Chika cried, stretching out, so her father would take her up. I found it extremely cute. Hisoka did pick up Chika and landed a kiss on my cheek as he stretched over for her. Mia, this is our reality. This is our family. The sooner we can put this whole nightmare behind us, the better. Okay. Looking at my cute little baby, her little smile, her small hands, her crazy curls. I just couldn't resist. Plus, what if everything they were telling me were true? What if all of it was all a bad dream? Was I really willing to risk my children's life and happiness on some illusion? I nodded. Okay. Okay, let's see, what do I have left? I went through my grocery list and made sure I got everything. Eggs, bread, onions, strawberries. How can I forget the strawberries? Chika's gonna have a fit. It's true, my little darling loves strawberries, and if she didn't get her daily bite, she'd just cry until she did. Though, I was told when they weren't in season she'd settle for bananas too. My baby's so picky. She must get it from her father. I smiled at the thought. So I went back to go buy some strawberries. I just hope. Oh, I stopped in my tracks and smiled to greet my old friend, who smiled back. Hey, Sasuke, where you've been? I asked, pulling up my bags of groceries in my arms. They were getting really heavy. I was back for a while. For the family. He replied in his usual monotone way. Yes, I heard. Sasuke and Sakura apparently got married and had a kid, but seeing him in front of me, it hurt my heart. Why couldn't I feel happy for him? For me? I mean, we both have families. We both are happy, well, at least I am. I don't know about him. Yeah, I heard you were away for 12 years. How does Sakura feel about that? She deals, I guess. He answered, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know, but he didn't seem too interested with that reply. It was like he didn't care. But the Sasuke I knew, wait, that Sasuke didn't exist, just part of my nightmare. But honestly, that Sasuke wouldn't leave his family like that, and that even for 12 whole years. He wouldn't just go and leave his wife and kid to face everything alone, no matter how strong he would think they were. The Sasuke I knew, or thought that was real, was more amazing than anyone realized. More amazing than anyone could see. Sure, he had his bads, but he had his positives too. He had a love so true that no one could match. Sure, it took on the form of hate, but because of love. Once an Uchiha loves, nothing can compare to it. At least that's what I used to hear. I missed him. I missed the Sasuke I found to love. I missed him so much. He did hurt me, betrayed me even, but in the end of it all he was still someone I couldn't let go of. But that Sasuke doesn't exist, right? It was all part of the illusion, right? The nightmare. But why did it feel so real? Why was it the only history I could remember? Why doesn't any of this still make no sense to me? Ah. I let out a loud cry as I fell to the ground. My side felt heavy. A sharp pain pierced at my lower chest. The pain was unbearable. I bit my lower lip in an attempt to muffle my cries. I whimpered back to the wall as the bag in my hand fell to the ground. The pain became too much. I couldn't retain consciousness, and just like that everything became fuzzy and my eyes slowly closed shut. A sharp pain pierced at my lower chest. I tried not to move it too much as I took short, slow steps to Uncle's house. The shelf hit my lower chest, and that was only the beginning of my worries. Every inch of my body was covered in bruises, at least that's how I felt, because every inch of my body ached. I took another agonizing step. Stumbling through the forest, I got help by leaning one hand on every tree to keep myself from falling. Doing this until the forest ended. I held up my ribs like they would fall apart if I didn't. Breathing itself was a huge task since every time I took in oxygen the air choked in my throat, sending waves of pain through me. "Ah!" I shouted as I hit the very place that ached the most. Throughout this time my movement was weird. I was bending to one side and walking in forced steps. The bruises that were visible for me to see were a dark shade of purple. The pain, I had to ignore it. I distracted my mind with thoughts so the pain wouldn't get a chance to hurt, at least not as much as it should. I pursed my lips trying to restrain the tears and take the pain. "Ah!" I let out a loud cry as I fell to the ground. My side felt like 50 tons had fallen on it. My head shook like crazy, taking harsh breaths through my teeth. My eyes were shut closed as the pain escalated. Tears ran furiously down my cheeks. "Ah!" I banged my head against the ground, kicking frantically like I could escape the pain. Twisting and turning from side to side. "It hurts. It hurts." Speaking like I were begging the pain to stop. "It hurts dash." When I finally opened my eyes, I found I was back at my house, laying on my sofa. Everyone was there with worried looks on their faces. Sasuke was there, sitting to my side along with Hisoka. "I had to tackle you," Sasuke admitted. "The people who were after you must have heard of your recovery because they came back," he explained. I sat up. The pain had slowly faded, but wasn't completely gone. I didn't care what Sasuke had to say because it wasn't real. He wasn't real. "Mia, are you okay?" Hisoka asked, sounding more worried than before. "It is really all a lie." My gaze lowered to the floor. "My father used to beat me, sometimes to a point where I couldn't move." I began. "My mother told me that all of it was just a nightmare, just a dream. If that were true, then why did I still love Sasuke? Why did the injury from when father dropped the shelf on me still hurt?" "Miyako, what a saying. Your father loved you." "He never dash," mother said, but I needed to speak. "Mother never cared for me, either. She would just stand back and watch." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "One day father beat me so bad, I was compelled to leave. I really didn't have a choice." "Miyako, what a saying. Are you hearing yourself?" Uncle said, confused and worried. "Mia, I thought we talked about this dash." Hisoka wanted me to stop. Maybe I was worrying the kids, but I knew it wasn't real. None of it. "You know, the senses are an amazing thing. Did you know, if a person gets drunk and anything he does in that state could only be remembered if he returns back to his intoxicated state?" "Yes, but dash," I didn't let Hisoka speak, not when I had a point to make. "I guess it's the same with pain. This pain. This wound is like a scar and only father can heal it." I concluded with, "I appreciate all of you, but this isn't where I belong. This isn't my reality. I'm not even sure it is a reality, but what I do know is I don't belong here." I got up, and besides all their convincing and arguing for me not to leave, I still did. I needed to clear things out in my head. I might as well have been going crazy, but either ways it wasn't right for me to stay there. I made my way first to Memorial Stone. I sat in front of it, crossed legs, and began digging. Digging near the big stone in search of my clothes, the one that had Itachi's blood on it. After 30 minutes of getting my nails filled with dirt, there was nothing. I didn't know why I thought I would find it there in the first place, seeing as that place was against everything I was and held dear to. My search for the truth, however, wasn't over. In that foggy place, I headed straight for the graves. The day was grey and the air was thick. I had one last place to check before I could be content with all that the new world was. I figured since my wound was caused by my father, and no matter how deep I look, I know it to be true. Fact is, my father wasn't really dead and his grave should be empty. That was what I hoped. Otherwise I was this one crazy person digging up her father's grave. I reached the stone that had my father's name and small details on it. In front of that, another stone laying flat on the ground, one I had to remove. I needed to know what was underneath it. It was the only thing I hoped to find answers from. I struggled at first to get the block of marble off from the top because it was so very heavy, but I managed. It was a hole, dark and deep, and there I was without my flashlight. One thing I could be certain of was there wasn't my father's or any body in that grave for that matter. If I remembered correctly, dead flesh rots, so it smelled, and I didn't smell a thing in there. I leaned to get a better look inside when suddenly someone pushed me and I fell to its depths, into that darkness where my head thumped on something hard and once again I lost consciousness. When I finally came to, everything was dark and cold. I looked around. A dim light emitting a man, an old man, levitating a few meters away. I walked over to him to inquire, "Do you know where I am?" "Tsuki." The man replied, not really answering my question. His stern features seemed to soften at me. Do you know where this is?" "Yes, my Tsuki." He nodded with a faint smile. "We are standing on a thin line between your conscious and subconscious." The man replied, quite seriously. "What?" "I don't think I understand, and please, my name is Mia." I corrected the old man. "I know, dear, but you are my Tsuki's daughter and you look so much like her." "You got me confused with someone else. I'm Akaru Serena's daughter." "But you are my Tsuki's blood, are you not?" "Which in ways makes you like her daughter." He corrected me. If I only knew what he was talking about. I tried to explain it to him. It looked like the old man was losing his wits. "Listen, before I could say anything, I was cut off. "Tsuki was my niece," he began, revolving around me. "Your niece, but what does that have to do with—" The man stopped right in front of me, allowing me to get a closer look since everything there was barely visible. He did look familiar. I saw him somewhere in a book. "Which book? Who is he?" Then the answer came to me. My eyes widened to the size of saucepans and my lips parted slightly. No. He couldn't. He's really supposed to be dead. Hagoromo Tsutsuki. I brushed off the feeling. Nothing really surprised me, not anymore. At least it shouldn't. What could I really think? Madara was supposedly dead, but he somehow managed, and the Sage of the Six Paths was way more experienced and advanced at chakra, so he could have survived all these years too. "Is there something you want?" she asked, humbly. I had to respect him. Besides, if Tsuki was his niece, that made Tsuki the woman in all those stories Uncle used to tell me about our ancestors, because Uncle never really told me the name of the woman, and I have no idea why I never asked. "It's not something I want," he replied simply. "Okay, do you think you could tell me a way to get out of here?" "You have already freed yourself from the illusion, Mia. The people who put you under it were clever as to make logic a means in drawing you in, or else you are not the kind who would fall prey so easily to a trap of the mind." Great uncle, complimenting my skills. That was definitely something to feel proud about. "Excuse me, if I'm out of that genjutsu, then why haven't I woken up yet?" "Because I wanted to discuss something with you." "Yes?" I was so glad that I was right and that world was just an illusion. Even though I kinda hoped it wasn't. The feeling was mixed, but I would lean more to my reality because I knew it better and I'm used to and prefer it. The nightmare's finally over. Or that's what I thought. To put it plainly, the past is going to repeat itself, and I want you and all the blood that comes from my and my brother's families to be prepared. The old man had to stop me from waking up just to give me such disturbing news. What are you trying to tell me?" I was getting nervous just thinking about it. He just compared me to his niece, and I know how everything ended for her. "Are you trying to tell me I'm gonna die soon?" "This is just the beginning," he informed. "What's that supposed to mean? What about Sasuke and Naruto and everyone else?" "Everything is already being put in motion for all of them." "But who are Sasuke's and Naruto's fate following?" "Take a guess." His eyes lowered. That man was serious, but how could he be so sure? Can he predict the future or something? Answering my own question, Madara-san and Hashirama-san. I bit my inner lip. He nodded. And my two sons as well. But none of their scenarios ended well. I pointed out. "I know," he said softly. "Naruto is not like your son or Hashirama-san. And Sasuke is nothing like Madara. They won't end up like them," I informed, lowering my gaze to the black ground, certain that everything he was telling me was some misunderstanding. Plus, I needed to convince myself otherwise, because I didn't think I could handle losing even one of them. I just couldn't afford to lose someone else. "You will have to admit, you are like my Tsuki," he started to converse. I lifted my head to face him. Mitsuki isn't how they say she is in stories. She was quite rebellious and had herself crossed to a darker side than expected, he confessed. She was. All this time I thought Tsuki, well, to be angel-like, flawless. I guess we are all humans in the end. Which reminded me, why did our ancestors have horns? But then she found love. He continued. So you're saying I'm going to have an early death? I persisted on the topic. What could I do? Him giving me a little information about Tsuki-san wasn't exactly helping my situation. How could he be so confident? But how do you know? She asked, brows furrowed. You could choose to believe me or you could just ask your daughter. My daughter. I didn't follow a word. It was verified the man had lost all his wits. You'll understand what I mean soon enough. He smiled and began to fade into the darkness that surrounded us. But wait, I don't think I get it. I said, wanting more answers. So I will let you go now. Our time is only a brief one, but I hope you understood my purpose in revealing myself to you. Wait, no, I don't think I do. I was about to speak and ask some more questions regarding the past is going to repeat itself and all, but then he vanished. Everything, once again, slowly became dark. His final parting words echoed in the darkness and in my mind. This is just the beginning. I gasped for air. Grabbing and clawing at the webbed, slimy, sticky substance stuck to my face and practically my whole body. It felt like I was drenched in Akamaru slobber. I breathed heavily, finally taking well-deserved air into my starving lungs. The shady sky, the calm. Everything so silent. I crawled out the cocoon prison and got to my feet, yanking out the last of the goo off of me. I looked out to the vast land. Rubble and all. The entire Konoha was leveled to the ground. Dust and dirt whistled with the wind. The gravel beneath my footsteps crunched along my way. My surroundings held true to only death, war and finality. I expected nothing less from the world. I was scared, frightened, shaken even. There was no sign of life anywhere. Not an insect, not a bird nor bee. Where is everybody, anybody? I closed my eyes, taking in my universe. Searching, scanning and hoping. My eyes shot open and my lips pulled to a grin. There. I rushed towards their chakra. Relieved that they were there. Finally, I was about to get an explanation for all this mess. Blonde, gravity-defying hair was the first thing to come in sight. Naruto. I shouted, lunging my arms around his neck. The sudden force caused us to take a twirl. Mia-chan, you're okay. He grinned at me. Yes, of course. Did you honestly think an overgrown plant could stop me? I boasted, resting my arms over his shoulders. I looked over my shoulder to my right. I saw Kakashi. My gaze flickered down to Sakura, who was laying unconscious on the ground. Pulling my arms away, I went over to check, is she okay? She asked, worried. She didn't look too good. To be honest, none of them did. What happened here? I wondered, surveying the sandy land. She's been put under a genjutsu. Kakashi stated, drawing my attention. Genjutsu. That's horrible. I sympathized, recalling my own experience. Terrible, I said in a low voice as my gaze lowered to the ground. It was so real, but all fake. No wonder people can lose their sanity there. I sensed something moving from behind some rocks. Come out, I commanded, standing on my toes trying to peer across. Azura. She pounced on me, caressing my cheek as I messed up her fur. How did this creature survive? Kakashi-sensei asked, but it seemed like he was thinking out loud. Good question, though. Then I remembered. She must have escaped to a place where all the UN-summoned Kalmine go. It's a meadow somewhere unknown to man, at least that's what I've been told. I continued to mess with her fur. Naruto, stop wasting my time. I heard Sasuke snap. Apparently Naruto was watching my little spectacle and Sasuke was being impatient about something. Pulling me away from my thoughts, I stood up and turned around, curious to what he meant. Naruto began following Sasuke. That made so many questions flood my mind, but amongst them all, one kept surfacing over and over. Why? What's going on? I asked, narrowing my eyes as to question them, shifting from Naruto to Kakashi-sensei and back to Naruto. They are going to battle it out, one last time. Kakashi-sensei explained. Battle? No. That means Tsutsuka-san. What? No. I shook my head once, then went over to stop Naruto. I grabbed onto his forearm with one hand and pulled his hand with my other hand, causing him to stop and look back at me. Don't you think there's been enough violence for one day? It's happening. The sage was telling the truth, but I couldn't believe it would result in the same way. I wasn't too sure about Sasuke because you never know what he's thinking, but Naruto, he's like an open book. He wouldn't let things end up that way. Naruto? I lowered my eyes to think harder, what could I do to stop them, as I pursed my lips at the tension in the air. Mia-chan, don't worry, he said. I raised my head to face his and he gave me a closed-eye smile and continued to walk, but I tugged on his arm harder. Stubborn. I knew they weren't going to change their minds. From his arm to around his torso, my arms wrapped tightly. Be careful, okay? I lifted my head to meet his blue eyes looking down at me. I put on a sympathetic smile and then let go of him, bring him back. I said softly, but was sort of commanding him. You know, might as well, since besides their better judgment, they still were going to fight each other. I will. Believe it, he said, flashing a big toothy grin at me. I nodded. Nothing's going to happen. Naruto won't let it. I trusted Naruto to not go too far with the fight. It's just a spar, like when they were small. I reassured myself, but my nerves were telling me something else. I turned to look at Sasuke's impatient expression. I was literally standing between him and Naruto. When his gaze caught mine, he narrowed his eyes and swiftly turned away. Oi, Uchiha! I called out, walking over to him. He looked like he didn't want to, but still turned around to answer. I swung my arms around him and tucked my head into his chest. Sasuke, let go of all this hate, I begged, silently pleading him to stop. Hoping. If only he would hear and listen. Okay, his voice rung in my ears. I snapped my head up to face his dark, deep eyes that gazed down at me. Really? I cheered, bringing up a smile, unintentionally jumping in place. I was just so happy. His features remained the same, indifferent. One condition, he said plainly. I pulled a little away from him. Of course there's a catch. I just wondered what it was. But no matter what, I was in a mood to give him anything. Mia, Sasuke, no. Mia. My eyes widened, lips left far apart from each other. I couldn't breathe. I struggled to get oxygen to my lungs. My hands as a reflex landed over my mouth. I was going to fall, but he caught me. Blood spurted of my mouth. Finally, I understood what was happening as ultimately the pain made itself known. A scorching agony was burning at my stomach, and it wasn't till my eyes flickered on his katana did I realize what just occurred. Too weak, too much in pain to protest. I was laid on the ground as he mouthed something to me. I didn't understand. All I could hear was a ringing in my ears. I laid there as the wound started to take its effect. Sasuke, how could you? I remember that day. It was a couple days or weeks after my uncle had died. I was confused about everything. I was trying to make my way to Konoha. It turns out I was going the wrong way the whole time. Then I saw him. He looked nothing like I remembered. A lot happened back then. I lost people I cared about, not only my uncle but a few friends as well. You would never know with my personality how much I had to go through and how much it still hurts. Well, my uncle always told me, you have to be the moon of your own darkness. Our past, memories, families, friends are the people we encounter along the way. Even the pain we endure to please others. This is who we are. We are all marked. How trivial everything seems when you're dying. The pain though. It was like when you get a horrible backache and when you lay down flat on it, it hurts, but still, who knew that pain could be so forgiving? My vision started to blur. The old man was right. The past has come back for another round and it looks like it's won again. What was the point of it all then? I always believed that there was a meaning to every action taken by us or upon us. But this. They say at this state, your life begins to flash before your eye. More like, it paints a picture in your head showing you who you are and what you've become. I think back on it, realizing everything that has ever happened to every one of us. The scars that we bore out of pride, out of shame, out of hate, out of love, only reflected the kind of people we are. Throughout life I learnt that it would never change. Some are good and others not so much, but regardless of what happens now, I know the marks that taunted us won't define us. We are able to choose who we are, who we've become and who we want to be. Whether it will be Hokage, Taijutsu Master, the captain of Konoha's forces, or breaking leaps and bounds to fulfill some other cookie dreams. Each breath got harder. Azura has seemed to stop. She laid me down on the ground. My poor baby has given up hope. I turned to look towards the big fur ball, her head caressing my own. I'm sorry. I can only wonder how many of my friends will fulfill their dreams. What they take away from all their experiences. This world has caused me so much pain and given me so much love. I can't believe I'm parting away from this life so soon. I coughed out some blood as the bright sky turned dark. The moon. She came out to say goodbye as I prepared for the crimson light. So this is really happening. Maybe we'll meet again. Some other place. Some other time. A land far from this one. That'll be nice. I wasn't able to fulfill my promise to Sasuke. Maybe if I did, I wouldn't be in this situation. Nothing can be done now, it's too late. My dreams seems like they would remain just that, and I never got around to tell everyone how much they each mean to me. In my head, I feel people might accept me more welcoming in their hearts. Accept me as who I am, not what everyone thought me to be. And that makes me happy. It makes it easier knowing I will be leaving everyone with some good memories of myself to hold on to. To remember me by. With great difficulty, I took a deep gasping breath and coughed out some more blood. It kinda stings a little, but that's about it. My parents. I wish they would have been counted as one of those people. But I guess my actions can't go by with any redemption. Still, I pray they are happy and live a beautiful life. I pray everyone lives a wonderful life. A bright light. My sight's becoming fuzzy, vision slowly fading. It's time, I'm guessing. I'm going away knowing it's a better place than when I first met it. I leave it with a smile on my lips and a huge weight lifted from my chest because I know we all have been freed. This is just the beginning.